our board administrator,
And I
please call
figured
the roll.
out the microphone last time I'm speaking into air. Board Member Bennett, Board Member Brown, Board Member Callahan,
Here.
Board Member Higgins,
Here.
Board Member Capadia, Board President Meyer,
Here.
Board Member Nayar, Board Member Sackett Gable,
Here.
and Board Member Stefan.
Here.
Please stand if you're able for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag, United States.
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please take notice that adequate notice of this meeting was sent from the Office of the Secretary of the Board on January 6th, 2026, and was sent to the Maplewood and South Orange Township clerks and the editors of the News Record, Star Ledger, Tappatasoma, and Village Green. We will now adjourn into executive session for the purpose of discussing personnel, attorney-client privilege, and other matters that are excluded by the Sunshine Act. Can I get a motion? Board Member Sackett Gable. Can I get a second? Board Member Stefan. All in favor, show of hands. All right. The board will go into executive session at 6:34 p.m., and we will resume in approximately 1 hour's time. Thank you.
After you're done, focus on what you're doing.
No,
Test, test.
Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting back to order at 7:42 p.m. The board is now back in public session, and thank you for joining us tonight. Next up, we have the approval of our minutes from the board retreat, executive session, and regular meeting minutes from July 30th, 2026. Do I have a motion to approve? Board Member Higgins, do I have a second? Board Member Sackett-Gable, all those in favor, show of hands. That's a unanimous vote. Now, we are still in our summer session, the very end of our summer session, so we do not have a student representative update. So I'm going to turn it directly over to the superintendent. We have a few different things happening this evening, and the first of them, we get to welcome someone from the Department of Education, their county unit, to talk about board finances and our upcoming budget season.
So our executive county school business administrator has joined us. He also joined us this afternoon, so I want to thank him for that. He joined us for our district administrative team meeting. John's going to talk about what he's been seeing with budgets of late. This afternoon, he was nice enough to talk to our principals about CUSAC, since we're up this year. Tonight, he'll talk about the budgets, what he's been seeing across the county, what he's been hearing from Trenton, and many other dark secrets.
Welcome, and go ahead and put your
Press the
microphone.
person there. There you go.
Hi, good evening. It's nice to be back at a board meeting. It's been a while. So my name is John Ferraro. I'm the Executive County School Business Administrator for Essex County. I also cover Passaic County. I'm in my 28th year. I came back from working in districts for about 4 or 5 years, and now I'm back. I cover like 45 districts, about 30 charter schools, and 30 private schools for the handicap. I get questions all day, from all different angles about any topic, every topic you could think of. I've reviewed budgets for these past couple of decades. I've seen a lot of changes. So what I have for you today, I call it kind of like a Budget 101 presentation. And I'll just go through the process, and then we can, at the end, I can wrap up some questions and talk about some other things. So real quick, this is the presentation. Can you hear me okay? Does it have to be like in front of me? Oh, right arrow. Right arrow? This one? Okay. Okay, so we did that already? Okay. So, all right, this didn't load up. Okay, so what is the purpose of a budget? So, a budget tells us many things, all right? It can communicate board district philosophy by looking to see where the money's been spent. It acts as a guide or playbook. As a BA who started in a district in the middle of the year, I took the existing budget, and that was my playbook for the year. It also shows you historical expenses, past and future intent, and it can also show where public money is spent. Okay, a proposed budget must be submitted to me in balance. That means your revenues must equal your appropriations. All statutory obligations need to be funded, and the budget should demonstrate support for the district's education initiatives. Okay, there's a term out there called adequacy. It's a DOE term that calculates the necessary funding level for districts to provide for a thorough and efficient education. And it's kind of like a benchmark that they look at. The state calculates what it believes the local taxing authority would be able to raise for the school district's budget. It's all part of the adequacy formula. Okay, the overview of the budget process. So the year begins now, July, August. The superintendent and the admin team will start to develop district goals and priorities. They'll start to look at, evaluate existing programs and initiatives as the fall proceeds. And then they'll also consider new programs as the year moves along. And then you can go into later during the year all the time. We're always discussing food service, transportation, special ed, tuition programs, et cetera. Then in February, March, you start getting ready for the next budget season, and you start planning scenarios regarding what kind of state aid you might possibly get. Okay, and you start to prepare a preliminary budget with the agreed-upon tax levy to send to myself and the county soup in March, April. And then finally, the district reviewed a public hearing, you adopt a tax levy in April, May. Okay, the goal of the budget, of course, is to support the superintendent and district's initiatives, priorities, while providing for a thorough and efficient education. The administration will guide this process and provide the board with education, regulations, and limitations. The biggest part of a budget, of course, is your revenue sources. So we have state aid, which is formula-driven, it's cash from the state. You have a tax levy, which is levied amongst the taxpayers of the community. You have federal grants, which are focused on specific areas like IDA and Title I areas. And then you have other cash like fund balance for any other costs to balance your budget. Okay, state aid is formula-driven based on a variety of economic factors. There's a great website on NJ School Boards Association. It's called School Finance 101. I think it's a couple page, like a 2-3 page document you could download. I think it does a really simple way and describes the funding formula, which is always being tweaked and changed, but at least you can get a good understanding of how it kind of works. And the financial aid to districts is awarded by the state annually through the state budget legislative formula. So when state aid arrives, it comes as a lump sum. It comes as cash to your district, but they break it down into specific categories called special ed, security, transportation, adjustment, and adequacy aid. But you're not supposed to, it's not pigeonholed for those purposes. That's just how they rationalized doling out the aid to the districts. Once you receive this aid, you can spend it on anything you want. But based on your spending history, they can tell you where you can qualify for more or less money in those areas. Okay, state aid is a formula that is tweaked from time to time to help distribute a limited amount of state funds in a fair manner to fund public education. There are numerous pieces to this formula. 2 factors we can all relate to include analysis of municipal assessed housing valuations and data collected from tax returns. Generally, wealthier municipalities receive less state aid and rely more on tax levy, while challenged municipalities can be eligible to receive more state aid and rely less on tax levy. However, this seesaw balance changes year to year as data is reanalyzed. So how much should a school district pay in taxes? Well, NJDOE has calculated a floor called the minimum tax levy. You cannot spend below that floor. Ultimately, though, a district needs to raise enough funds to provide students with a constitutionally guaranteed, thorough, and efficient education. Now, there's no specific definition of thorough and efficient, and we've discussed it at our meetings many times, and it's open to some interpretation, but basically you have to provide for the core subjects so kids can graduate with a base education. Okay, tax levy. So school districts are allowed to tax up to 2% over prior year levy plus other eligible adjustments. Some of these adjustments include enrollment based on your ASSA data. If you have growth, you're allowed to have an adjustment there, which is extra tax levy. There's healthcare adjustment if state health benefits is over 4% increase. There's bank cap, which is unused tax levy from prior years. You can also go to the community for a second question at election time. Now, you guys here have a Board of School Estimates, so that's like your public. You would go to them for the second question. Everyone's shaking their head, yeah. You're a very unique district. The state law, if you read the statute, it's like there's this one line and it pertains just to your district. Okay. So some things to consider when discussing how much revenue you want to spend is you look at your community. Consider spending how much tax levy is based on community input, what the community can tolerate as a tax levy increase, what the school administration needs to run their school, what the students' needs are to provide for proper education, and the public stakeholders. Everyone has a stake in how much tax levy is raised. A lot of these entities have say or influence how much taxes can be raised, and every district is different. Some districts, they tax as they need. Others are tightly controlled by, say, a mayor and says, it's election year, don't go over 2%. So it really depends on your relationship with the municipality and the stakeholders' involvement in your process. Also, we have federal grants. These are focused on specific educational needs like Title I for ESSA support of regular ed, and you have IDA for special education. We just finished going through COVID, and we just wrapped up the ESSER CARES stimulus money. We had ESSER 1, 2, 3. Those had finished about a year or so ago. Okay, factors that impact spending. We have historical spending trends. You look at program costs, eliminate ones that didn't work out or new ones you want to bring on board. Also, what does your demographics say? Are we going to have to spend more for incoming wave of new students? What is our community looking like go down the road? Is there going to be more housing in town? Is there going to be more development, less development? So these are factors that impact how you're going to futurely spend and plan your budget needs. Also, capital. Basically, all these are considered. The superintendent, his role is to have ongoing discussions with stakeholders like the mayor and community and find out what's going on in town. Is there going to be new housing development? Is there going to be new kids moving in? Where do we need more to focus our resources? So these are things that the administrator and his team will look at over the months that pass by. Okay, then we have our appropriations. Okay, your biggest expense is salaries, staffing needs based on enrollment and contract negotiations. Enrollment is like your lifeblood. Without enrollment, you don't have a good budget. If your enrollment starts going down, you're going to lose state aid, and you don't need as much staff. And if your enrollment is stable or increasing, yeah, those are the good times when you can increase your budget and provide more services. A lot of districts who are losing enrollment, I call it shrinking pains, when they have to downsize their staff and match their lower budget expectations. So enrollment is your lifeblood. Benefits, of course, that's the latest hot topic today. Benefits increasing at 30% every quarter. This is a major expense for many districts. Special education, another major expense. Working with special services, providing the best compliance of IEPs in the most cost-effective manner. Special education is no joke. It's a huge expense for a district. I just got an emergency request the other day. A district needs to send a kid out for like $200,000. Transportation, okay, another factor. Are they contracted out with a provider? Can IEPs be changed instead of door-to-door, do bus stops? These are all factors that influence cost of transportation. And you also have subscription, courtesy, and aid in lieu for transportation. Charter school tuition, this can vary district to district. Some districts have a lot of charter schools, and this is a big expense for them, and some have some. You guys probably have a few, not too many. And also, what are you doing in your school district to attract students and retention of students? What's the value, what value-added components are you telling your community to keep and retain your kids here in the public school as opposed to going out to a private school or a charter school? So I know in Newark, they have what I call like boutique high schools. They have 17 high schools, and each one has a different focus. Their goal is to try to retain and provide a variety of educational opportunities for their kids based on a variety of rolling out different kind of educational methods and styles. Of course, Newark has 20,000 kids going to charters at a cost of like $500 million. So that's a big expense. Capital, okay, your capital expense. How are your buildings looking? How much money do you need to infuse into your buildings? Have you done different capital needs projections and studies on roofing, windows, the envelope, the buildings, the walls, the walkways, the painting costs, plumbing, things of that nature, electrical. Okay, then there's the election calendar. So districts must prepare an itemized preliminary budget and submit the budget to the Executive County Superintendent of Schools and myself, and we review it. That's your goal. And the key word underlined is preliminary. A lot of boards argue over the submission of the preliminary budget. They're like, oh, I don't agree with this tax levy, or I don't like where that was budgeted in that line. I don't care. I just need a preliminary budget, a draft budget for me to review, and then I send it back, and then you can change it if you need to, okay? All right. Next. There we go. So your role as a Board of Ed, most important is submission of this preliminary budget with a tax levy to be included in the budget for review. And it doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be ideal. A lot of districts send me budgets with a tax levy that they say, John, I'm submitting this budget to you, but I think at the public hearing, we're going to probably adjust it up or down, depending on how the board is feeling, or we're going to look at some numbers, and we're going to decide later on. But we can approve a preliminary budget, and you can decide other things after that. Okay, so prior to the public hearing and prior to advertisement, we at the state level review the budget for state compliance. We ensure that all appropriate expenses and revenue are in place based on supporting documentation submitted to me by your business administrator, and I get to review and tie out all the numbers and make sure everything's where they're supposed to be. The district's budget submission should financially support academic goals and vision to provide for a thorough and efficient education, and there's a narrative section on the budget software which outlines these educational priorities and goals. Okay, once the state has approved your budget, you then advertise for a public hearing, and then at the public hearing, you then can debate different aspects of the budget and decide if you want to change anything, and then, or if you don't want to change anything, you adopt it. And if you want to change it, then you have a week to have another public hearing to adopt it. Okay, and then when that's all done, you print out the tax levy certification form, the A4F, and it goes to the county tax assessor, and you're done for the year. So if you think of this whole process backwards, the goal is to get an A4F tax certification certificate to give to the county so they can assess taxes. And how you get there is a long process. The budget process starts now in the fall. Your finance committee will be discussing how you're going to move forward for next year. Like by the time I get the budget, you would have already had months and months of discussion of fiscal issues. You would have had discussions on where you want to place certain financial parts of the budget in certain areas. So by the time I get it, everything should kind of be done and in compliance and in place. So yeah, that's the whole process there. So I know Dr. Bing wanted to discuss some issues that I've been seeing. So yeah, we've had some districts where this process has faltered. They didn't follow the plan, these districts that got in trouble. I'm not going to mention which ones, but yeah, the process fell apart. They didn't have proper meetings. They didn't plan their expenses properly, and the process didn't work out very well. So my word to you for this year is, as the BA is your friend, the superintendent and SBA should be buds. So I have here a comment that says Caldwell, Dan, and Ron. Now, who knows when I say Dan and Ron Caldwell, who knows what I'm referring to? Anybody know that group over there? So when I was a younger BA, West Caldwell had Dan Girardi as superintendent for many, many, many years, and they had a business administrator, Ron Skopak. Ron Skopak was the second BA in Caldwell since World War II. So Ron retired probably in like the early 2000s, 2010, around there or so. He was the second BA since World War II. These two guys, Dan and Ron, would get together every day, have coffee, like they were buds. Like they would discuss district finances, they would discuss district plans, and you see I've highlighted there, can only move as fast as the money. So the superintendent might have some great, fabulous educational ideas. The board might have some great, fabulous educational ideas, but work with the money. You can only move as fast as the money will let you. If you don't have the money, don't push ahead. Listen to your BA. Don't tell the BA, oh, we want to get this new curriculum and hire 10 new teachers. Make it work. No, it ain't going to happen, or else you're going to be on the front page of the newspaper. Listen, follow the money, discuss your finances, plan things appropriately. If you have a great idea, plan it out. Being a BA is all about planning. I mean, I was always shopping around for the cheapest this, cheapest that, most efficient way to do A, B, C. That's our job, is to find the most efficient way to do things. We work with our brokers, we work with our business partners. Our job is to provide and hold fast and be fiduciary holders of the public funds. And she's the boss of the money. If she says no, the answer is no. The money's not there. She's not lying. Okay, so the key is planning. Planning starts now. You have till March to get me a budget and just plan appropriately. The most important part I'm seeing is PCR. Know your PCR. This new wave of thinking is that your budget should not just be for 1 year, but it should also follow the length of your CBA agreement. So if your teacher's agreement is 3 years, plan a 3-year budget. See where those expenses are going to be in 3 years. Because your tax levy is not going to go up as fast as the raises. Okay, let's see here. CUSAC, if you want me to touch a bit on CUSAC. So this is the state-mandated monitoring instrument for the state to monitor districts. There's 5 areas: instruction and program, fiscal, governance, operations, and personnel. So I look at the finance, and includes facilities and finance. And this year, you're being CUSAC, so the state team will be here this year looking over these different areas. There's DPRs and questions to fill out, submit, and have it in by November 15th. And I think they have to put together some sort of committee to go over the questions and answer properly and get it in by the due date. All right, I hope I didn't go too fast, but if you have any questions, I'm here to answer questions.
John, what are you seeing with the funding formula of the new governor? What are you seeing with the new state funding formula? I know the governor started getting a committee together to look at the
Yes.
current funding formula.
I really can't say. I know there's a lot of talk. So the Educational Law Center of Rutgers has presented the first Abbott versus Burke lawsuit to challenge the funding formula way back in, I don't know, the 70s. Well, that lawsuit is now in its like 20th reiteration. It's like there's 20 versions of it. They've brought it forward, 20 new lawsuits. And every time they bring a fourth lawsuit, the formula changes. So last few years, we've had a tweak, which is called commissioner language, where, because the formula is in law and code, but the commissioner can do little tweaks. So according to law, we had to use housing valuation data and income data per the year. I think they changed it to an average of 3 years, which helped to level out those expenses a little more fairly. So that's the only change I know of that was applied last year. I know the commissioner has a lot on her plate as far as addressing this formula, and I know she's working with her legislative committee and the senators and the assemblymen to tweak it out. We probably won't know the changes until we get really closer to March. Literally, like when they roll out state aid, we say the finance office has their finger on the button, and they wait for the word after the governor's fiscal address is when you'll really know the changes. And then they roll out, they put it in the formula and roll it out. But the basics will probably stay the same. You know, wealthier districts will get less state aid, and the seesaw battle it'll be the same with some tweaks probably.
Any questions? Yeah, Board Member Kapadia.
In your experience with all the other districts, what other, right now, if you look at ours, we're primarily tax revenue that comes in. And
sorry?
tax revenue, and you're managing costs,
Okay.
right? But in other districts, what other revenue streams do you see, and what percentage do they make up of the school budget?
As for revenue streams, well,
Yeah.
it varies by the district. I have districts that get 80% state aid, and the seesaw, it's like this. Depending on the wealth of the community, it varies all the way from 30% state aid and up in tax levy. It really depends on the district, but there's a variation, like a seesaw. If you think of it as a seesaw, state aid on one side and tax levy on the other, you guys are probably like a little more heavy on tax levy, but you get like a Belleville, they're probably more like 50%. So it really varies on the district. Okay, like a Newark is like the other way. Tax levy is like this, and their state aid's like, state aid's up here and tax levy's down here.
We seeing anything out there, John, where districts are doing innovative things to bring in revenue streams? Anything that caught your eye?
Nothing major. I mean, advertisement on athletic boards or, I mean, my students at Montclair, that's their assignment is this task right here is to come up with interesting revenue. And they come up with some really creative ideas, from creating a sports academy for the Olympics to bringing in a lot of like turnkey PD sessions that you can provide services for other districts. I mean, like the commission that I used to work at, we provided services for districts. If you can think of a way to provide services and make money selling services to other districts, yeah. Or sell a lot of cookies, a lot of bake sales.
Any other questions? Board Member Stefan.
So you mentioned a second question, which is a mechanism for a district to raise additional tax revenue above the 2% plus adjustment cap.
Right.
are there limits to what that money can be spent on?
Yeah, those questions have to be approved by my office. They can't be something that you already are doing. It has to be above and beyond, and it can't replace like a teeny item. Like if you said, we're going to put the math department out there, I'd say no. If you want to just do capital, I'd say no. It has to be something above. Like if you say we want additional math teachers or something above and beyond what we already have, that's yes. So it depends what the question is, if you have any ideas.
Is it additional from what happened last year? So for example, let's say we have a budget shortfall, we have to RIF 4 math teachers. That's in the preliminary budget.
Right.
Can we say we want a second question to hire 4 math teachers or to not RIF those 4 teachers?
Yeah, it's all in the wording of it. Because if the question fails, well, you have a board of school estimates, but if the question fails, you'd have to live with the scenario of not having those teachers. So you could say like, because of class size, we want to retain these 4 teachers, and we're going to put it to a second question. So yours are a little easier because you go to a board of school estimates, which is probably more voter friendly than going to the public for a vote, I would think. I don't know. But you could also have tiered questions. So instead of one big question, you could have layered questions where you can say yes, no, and raise some money. Like districts have put out, like instead of the math teachers, they put out the art teachers or the music teachers or the guidance counselors, something that doesn't impact T&E. So if you're going to put 3 math teachers, could you provide T&E without those teachers? But music, art, and guidance, you could probably do it less.
Any other questions? Board Member Higgins.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I feel like I'm a new board member, so I've been on for about 7 months, and this is now all kind of making sense to me, and the way you explained it was very, very helpful, so thank you.
All right, I'm glad it helped. I mean, the key
yeah.
is to work with your BA and help her find and economize what she's spending. Don't spend wastefully. I know for a while you had you lowered your mandated busing to like 1.5 miles. No, the mandate is 2 miles, and then you can have courtesy below that. That was an expense that was a lot for you guys to lower the miles to under 2.
So my questions are, I have 2 questions. One is, we received the recommendation from the superintendent, the administrators, they put this package together. What do you recommend as far as board members understanding what taxpayers can handle? Is like the census reporter a good?
But they can handle.
Well, just kind of like what is the resource that board members should use as a way to kind of get to know?
So when you figure out a tax levy, your BA can calculate the cost per household. So that's a formula that we have. She can run for every X number of dollar value house, it's going to be this much more in taxes.
Okay.
So that's something that BAs do regularly.
Oh, great. And then the second question is about debt service. Whenever there is an application for state debt service, do you see districts, when you get 100% debt service,
No.
Why wouldn't you do it? But when you get less debt service, do you see districts kind of taking a second guess around that kind of coverage?
It depends on their needs. If they really need the capital improvements, they'll take whatever the state will give them.
Okay.
If you need an addition, if you need renovations, you got to do it. So you'll take what the state will give.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Any other questions?
My office, I work, my job's here is to service the district. I tell my 45 BAs that I'm your assistant BA. If you have questions, talk to Nicole. She can reach out to me, and I could research any other questions you think about later on, and not a problem.
Well, Mr. Ferreira, after having sat on our Finance Committee for 3 years, we know that anytime there's any kind of hairy situation, we got to talk to John Ferreira and figure things out. He's going to guide us through. He's going to tell us what we did wrong, how to fix it. So we greatly appreciate your assistance to our business office and our district.
That's what I'm here for. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for your time. All right. I think next up we're going to, bye-bye. Thank you so much. I think we'll next have Dr. Kevin Gilbert, our Assistant Superintendent of Schools, come up and give us a presentation regarding the 25-26 school year III survey. So, Dr. Gilbert.
Good evening. I am here to, oh, nobody said good evening back? Good evening. There you go, thank you. I'm here to do a quick overview of this year, or the past year III survey results. This was supposed to be part of the presentation when we did the 5-year report, and so I'm putting a bow on this entire thing by presenting to you today. So, next slide, please. We had over 373 total respondents. That's actually really good. It's probably one of the higher responses rates we've had for our III survey. Just to remind families that the only families who were able to participate in this survey were K-4 families, because last year our 5th grade was not part of our III. It is part of it this year. So after this year, we have fully implemented our III programming with the inflection of the 5th grade this year. And as you can see, most of the respondents came from our K-4 area. There were some respondents we couldn't quite verify the particular grade that they were at, but for the most part, most of our respondents came from our K-4 area. Next slide. Other respondents, we're still working to try to get as a diverse push of people as we can. 70% of our respondents were white. However, we did see an uptick from previous surveys slightly in our Asian, Black, and multiracial families who participated. 4.6% for our Asian families, 5.1% for our Black families, and multiracial is 4.3%. A lot of work to do in that, but surprisingly, again, as I said, that was an uptick from what we've seen in the past. So next year, we'll do some more outreach and see if we can get those numbers up. Next slide. The ethnicity of the students that were represented by the families who participate. This is an optional piece that we have in our survey. Again, 70% of those families or students were white, but we did have multiracial was our next highest group of student demographic that were for the families who submitted, about 16% of those families. Next slide, please. These are the grades of the children attending school that were part of, for the families who did the survey. These were the grade bands. 4th grade was our largest group of respondents at about 20%, and then they were followed closely by our kindergarten families and our 3rd grade families. Next slide. In terms of schools, once again, which has been the case since I've been here, since we've been doing this, Marshall School seems to get a good response rate, and Marshall School had the highest response rate. This time, I see you smiling over there, Shira. Delia Bolden and South Mountain Elementary Schools were closely behind. Next slide. Just to know, the people who participated in the survey, they had students, over 87% of those families had students who have been in our district since pre-K or kindergarten. So that's for the upper band grades of students, and then those who may have been in kindergarten. About 87% of those families have been part of the SOMSD family for that duration of time. Next slide. In terms of proximity, 54% of those who filled out the survey were placed at their closest school, and 62% of those lived under the 1.25 school mile threshold. Of the K-4 respondents, 65% were at their closest school, 78% lived in the 1.25 mile range, and of our middle school participants, 75% were placed at their closest school, and 60% of those lived in between 1.25 miles. Next slide. So the things that we wanted to pay attention to, how have students, people felt that their students adjusted to the assigned school, or their satisfaction with the placement that they received. If you combine both the strongly agree and agree for both of those categories, they were 80% or higher, so 89% for my child adjusted well to the school for the school year, and about 81% overall if they were satisfied with their placement. When you go to the grade band piece of it, 80% of our K-4 families agreed or strongly agreed that their students adjusted well to the school, while 76% of our middle school families felt the same. And when it came to satisfaction, for our 6 to 8 families, it was 70% versus 72% for our K-4 families. So we tried to do a job this year of breaking out, getting some results based on K-4 and middle school. Next slide, please. When you looked at what drove the answers to the satisfaction question on why they felt like they were satisfied with their placement, the highest percentage said the child's social experience at the school that they were placed came in closely behind the academic or classroom experience. So that was the second highest area. Those were over 60% of the respondents felt like those were some factors that contribute. There were other factors you can see there on the slide, but those were the top two. Next slide. When you go to our K-4 families, 65% marked academic quality as the reason why they felt like they were satisfied with the placement, and 68% of our middle school families put social experience as the reason why they were satisfied with the placement. Next slide, please. The areas that we have to continue to work on is our communication around goals and purposes of III. Also, we have some work to do when it comes to people understanding transfers and what that all, as these next slides are going to show. The alarming thing here is for clear communication about goals and purposes. Lots of families put the neutral category. We had about 27% of our families put neutral, but when you combine the agree and strongly agree, that was still roughly only about 53% of the people put in that particular category. And when you go to K-4 families, only 50% of the families agreed or strongly agreed that there was clear communication, and 42%. So we've got work to do on our end. We each year we've tried to do a little bit more when it comes to communication. We got to do a little bit more, continue to do a little bit more. In terms of how people got information, next slide, around III, the biggest way people have gotten communication is either through district emails or newsletters, or other parents and community conversations. So the street committee has been really helping around understanding information around III. That's something we want to look into and make sure that everyone has adequate information, since people are getting that information from amongst their communities. But 80% of the respondents say they're getting it from district emails and newsletters. When you break that down, next slide, through our K-4 families, emails and newsletters were closely behind those, of course, was school communications and then community talk. So even when you go to our K-4 and our 6-8 respondents, when you break it down, it's closely aligned to the overall numbers that we just saw. Next slide, please. Another area that we have to really look at is the area of sharing feedback. Families feeling like they've had the opportunity to share feedback about their family's experience. Large neutral category here, so a lot of people put neutral, which is about 42%. Very small agreed or strongly agreed with that. Next slide. When you go back, you can kind of see what drove that number. Not a lot of people have shared feedback. So, you had a large number of people who said, we just haven't shared feedback about it. So that led to those numbers there. But, we want to make sure we're not putting barriers in front of people who may want to provide feedback for us. So we'll look at that. Next slide. When you go to the sharing of feedback for the K-4 families, 73% of the respondents said they never shared. Of those who did respond, they did not feel that they had the opportunity to share feedback. So those who did say that, on the other end of that, then that's something we've got to look at. Next slide. Same thing for our 6th to 8th grade families. About 40% disagreed or strongly disagreed with the openness for feedback. So even though 78% of our families said they've never tried to give feedback, those who gave feedback did not feel we were open to that feedback. So that's something we got to dig down in to look at. Next slide. This is on the communication of placements. Again, another large group of neutral respondents on that. And when you looked at strongly agree or agree, that was still around 40% of people who either strongly agree with that. So wondering where the disconnect is. Well, we do know a little bit about it. Families in their comments talked about like lateness of getting the placements and things out. And what I want to share with folks is that we're continuing to look at that adjustment, that this is a multi-layer process that calls for a lot of labor and intensity that's involved in it. So we've got to really kind of figure out internal channels, what we can do to loosen up some of that intensity to perhaps get placements out a little sooner. But we're trying to work to meet that particular need. If you go to the next slide, for our K-4 families, communication around placement, only 48% said they were satisfied with the communication we got, and then 20%, which is something we want to pay attention to, said there was confusion and that we need to firm up our release dates to help families plan better. I think that's a legitimate concern that we need to try to address, realizing the difficulties in getting daycare and after-school care and all of those things. So we hear you, and we're going to continue to work on that. Next slide. When you go to 6th to 8th grade families, 41%, only 41% of those families agreed with the timing of the updates, but there was a high volume of neutral responses, around 36%. Next slide. Transportation, and we know there's been a lot of efforts on our behalf to try to firm up some of our things around transportation. The responses we got in terms of transportation kind of coincide with a little of the frustrations that we see out there. Large number of neutral responses to this, about 38%, and a low number of strongly or strongly agree about the communication when it comes to transportation. Our superintendent has put this as one of his priorities, and he's really pushed us. We're hoping that some of the open communication we've been doing up to this for this school year has helped with this a little bit, and we're on the tiptoes of anticipation on that rollout when we start school on what transportation is going to look like. So we hear you, and we're going to continue to work on that. Next slide. You already did. Yeah, next slide. There we go. Transportation services. The majority of the people who responded to our survey did not receive district transportation, about 68.6%. So that means that about 19 or so percent plus about another 10 that did were from another 10% were from mandated busing, about another 11% had courtesy busing, and another 8% had the district busing due to hazardous routes. So we heard a lot of people who filled out this information did not receive busing, which means we have to really pay attention to those who commented on it, because they are the ones who are experiencing the challenges and the tensions when it comes to transportation. So not looking at this as saying, hey, look, there are only 68% people who don't have the buses. That's not how we're taking this. We're taking it now. We have to be linearly focused on listening to those that have transportation in our district. Next slide. When you break it down for K-4 families, you can see, interesting enough, when that breakdown happened, it was like a third had positive sentiments about transportation. That was about 35%. But there was another 35% that were dissatisfied, and another 30% that put neutral. So when you go to our K-4 families, there's a third in each one of those categories. So we have work to do. Next slide. Then when you go to our 6th to 8th grade families, about 40% of our families were dissatisfied with the communication. Next slide. The transfer policy. We wanted to gauge and see if people knew that we had a transfer policy, that we've updated that transfer policy. 47% of the people said, yes, we know you have a transfer policy. About 40% of the folks said, no, we did not know. And then the other group was like, we were unsure. So for those who are unsure, we have a transfer policy. So we've got it on our website. And we'll make sure people are aware of that. Next slide. However, the majority of people who filled out our survey did not apply for a transfer, which is in line. Many, we're looking at a low number of percentage of transfers that we deal with. About 13% or so are people who've requested transfers. So for the most part, people do not request those. And within that small percentage of people who do, we work, and I shared this in a committee meeting with our board members. We're really working hard to try to accommodate where we can, but we also have to pay attention to the numbers, capacity. We have a good thing happening here. People are coming back to the district. Our district capacity numbers are raising, but what that also means is if our classroom sizes get too big, then we've got to talk about opening up sections, hiring new teachers, and that's not the kind of conversation we want to have when we're already talking about budgeting situation stuff. However, that's not to say we won't do it if we have to do it. So if we look at our numbers and the way we're growing, if we have to open up other sections, we will do that. We just want to make sure before we go there that we are getting our students placed into the schools as best we can. And so our tier-to-tier transfer policy, like-for-like transfer policies that we're using and other things, we take those very seriously. We read through all of the concerns and just know that, to the best of our ability, we can try to accommodate where we can, but unfortunately, we can't accommodate everybody. Next slide. For our K-4 families, 55% of our K-4 families said they were unaware of the transfer policy, so we're going to make sure in any kind of communications and stuff, we let people know that there is a transfer policy. And then next slide, the same amount for 6 through 8 said they were unaware of the transfer policy. Next slide. The clarity of the hardship policy. So here's an area that we want to look at. Most of the people who did the survey did not even consider or applied to have a hardship transfer. So that means we've got to pay close attention to those who did. Next slide, please. For our K-4 families, from those who did apply for a transfer, 40% said they felt it was unclear. So we got work to do there. Some of the things that friction points that came out were that families were struggling to understand what hardship was. We put our rubric on the website for people to see, to understand what are those factors we consider for hardship. So we hope that helps. The response rate is something we're always hearing about about a response rate. Again, our transfer and our enrollment process is so fluid that before we really start looking at transfers, we got to make sure we get kids into the classrooms so we can know exactly how many seats we have available. That's happening at the same time folks are asking for transfers, but until we get a clear picture of what we're seeing in the classrooms, we don't want to make transfer decisions. And so we're still going to try to figure out a way internally to try to clean that up as best as we can. We worked on it every year. We're going to continue to work on it to try to make it better. Next slide. 6 through 8 families, same thing, 46.7% said that it was very unclear. And in the same type of issues around understanding what classifies a hardship and stuff is where we got to do more education. Next slide. We also want to take some time to look at those individuals who are not at their closest schools. There's a number of people who, for all practical purposes, are really feeling the crunch of our integration plan because they are the furthest away from if we had our neighborhood school, they would have been at their closest school. And so hearing from them, to see what are some of their tension points are things that we need to pay attention to. Next slide. But I will point this out that of those people who are not at their closest school, 98% of our K-4 respondents and 96% of our 6-8 respondents either agreed or strongly agreed that their students adjusted to being at their school, and 71% of our K-4 families and 73% of our 6-8 families were satisfied with their placement. Now, That's for a plethora of reasons that they were out there, but there were some, the top two, again, were the social dynamics and the academic experiences. And that's kudos to our schools who are making the experiences for our young people, one, that they forget about the fact they didn't probably go to the school that they wanted to go to, is making their experience that much better to be in their environment. And believe it or not, we do have a number of people in our transfer pool who submit transfers, and after the second and third week of school has been our trend, they rescind those transfers. They're like, we're just gonna go ahead and stay here. And so we met with our principals today about talking about building communities of care within our schools and things like that. And so we're gonna continue to make sure each and every one of our schools provide quality experiences for all of our students. But then we also realize that there are some other drivers for those who are dissatisfied, and there are things we have to pay attention to. Neighborhood coherence, you know, we do know that many people in their neighborhood have their friends have circles, and sometimes those friends get divided based upon where we put those placements. We want to keep a keen ear to that because that's part of your student's social experience. But most importantly, the transportation logistics, whether it's the timing of when school starts so we can get you to school so you can get to work, or after school programming or child care. We know that those factors are also things that we work with, but Mr. Bean has been working very closely with Mr. Goodyear, with YMCA, and anyone else that's providing these care services for us to try to help us open up what they can so that we can help families with these decisions. And then finally, just some comments from the field, from those individuals. You know, no real transitions for students mentally, emotionally, or otherwise from teachers or administrators. We talked a little bit about that today with our administrators in terms of helping with these transitions of our students when they come into those spaces. We worked on particularly transitions from 8th to 9th grade. We're gonna focus now on transitions from 5th to 6th grade, which we have been asked for us to do for quite some time. And then what does that transition from pre-K to kindergarten look like? You know, we really want to pay attention to what that looks like. This comment about my child had a rough time adjusting to the bus when I have any of his friends, but then with the help of the support, the social work team, things got much better. So kudos to our social work team for helping the student, but we need to pay attention to that, the strain that causes. The lack of neighborhood, that's a theme that came out in a lot of the conversations. And we know that's a big piece about some people's uneasiness around this entire project and breaking down some of the neighborhood cohesion or coherency that goes on in the neighborhood. And then again, a comment about the buses and the sub buses and how having a tracking app. We heard that a lot too. There's a lot of comments about that, and we've hoped that we put some things in place this year that will kind of address that. And so there you have it, the voices of those who are participating in our intentional integration initiative, and I will stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gilbert. Questions from the board? That was an extremely informative discussion. Oh, all right, Board Member Callahan.
Yes, thank you.
You're
That was
welcome.
extremely informative. I appreciated all that you're sharing. I have just two questions. I guess the first is, what would you say, you presented a lot of data and a lot of feedback that we're getting from families. Taking all of that together, what would you say you're looking at as like your top 3 priorities based on this feedback that you want to work on improving for the 26-27 school year?
Absolutely. So number one, definitely the communications around understanding the goals and the placement of students, what the III actually means for us as a district and for the students. That came out loud and clear that people aren't really clear around that. Definitely communications around what our transfer policy is and what the hardships mean for that particular transfer. And we even got to do a little better job of explaining why the answer has to be no sometimes through capacity and what that actually means in terms of, you know, sometimes it's no, you just don't fit the criteria, but many times it's no, we just can't get you in now, but we'll put you on a waiting list and see what happens. But really help people understand stand that. And then I think the third thing that really stands out, and I'm listening as we listen to how do we help the experience of our families who are furthest away from school and the placement that those students are in, what can our schools do and what we can do as a school system to make that process smoother as well as more impactful for our young people. I think those are the three top end things that stood out for me as we look through this data. And also, as part of the, not just the transfer and the goals piece, what do we do to help get information to people sooner so they can make, especially with the placement decisions, and how we can make sure we get those out in a timely manner to help with some of the other decisions that families have to make in terms of care for their young people. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? All right, Board Member Higgins.
I'll echo Board Member Callahan. That was an excellent presentation, and I liked how all that question sort of had a follow-up question. So you're kind of getting deeper into the data, which is very, very helpful. I really found what struck me was the information acquisition, that it was 77% white, and that district emails, newsletters stood out as number one, but then that parents, community convo, and social media were close, like 2 and 3. So I'm just curious, going into next year, are there things you're thinking about around how to get more representation in some of these surveys, or like, are there strategies you're talking about, just so that we really make sure that every survey going forward, which is hard, you're sending out emails and hoping for responses, but are there things you're thinking about in like getting out there to get the information you need?
Right. Yeah. So yes, we're always trying to figure out how to, what I say, get to the families. And so a couple of years ago, we did things where we set up computers here at central office, or we tried to tap into some of our community partners to help with some of our marginalized communities to try to get that survey out. Just because of the timing and trying to get this survey out, we didn't do a good job of getting some of those things off the ground this time, but we're going to reignite those. So we're going to look for ways to get to the people, find libraries, or find churches, or find house parties, whatever we need to do. Now that we know that the street committee is one of the committees that people get their information about III from, what can we do to make sure to go to those places and make sure those families have accurate information so everyone is sharing? Because I get it, right? You talk to your neighbors, you want to get information from someone you feel most comfortable to. So how can we help invest in that piece of the puzzle to kind of help that too? And so Dr. Carrie Wabel and I, we always talk about, we like to go on the definitely. And so that's some of the things that we definitely will look at doing and trying to get our survey out of the next iteration.
Another question? All right, Board Member Callahan.
Inspired now. So you talking through kind of like going out into the community made me think a little bit, not just about this survey, but you talked a little bit in the beginning, just like some initial thinking about communication, how a lot of it is coming kind of word of mouth and wanting to kind of be more direct and get there. So not just with the survey, but also thinking about like, are you thinking about using that strategy of kind of going out into the community too, like now that we have a little bit more, we have like our burgeoning pre-K population, just kind of getting in front of the communication with families who are likely to enter our district already engaged in our pre-kindergarten program? Is there an opportunity there? Are you, is there work to be done there? Have you leveraged that as a structure yet? Because it seems like we have a little bit more of a natural entry point to kind of get the attention of some of our youngest families, to get them this information about how to kind of like navigate that process, what it is, what it looks like, at a different earlier entry point than we might have a couple of years ago. So just curious if there's been any exploration or if you've done that yet to date.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the things that Mr. Bing has really done well since arriving in our district is it's the community presentation piece, the advisory committee pieces that he kind of puts together. And we definitely going to tap into that energy that's around that to do that as well. But I'm really into like, this house party kind of situation too, where Years ago, I was part of a group that we did house parties where we took information about No Child Left Behind to churches or to homes and things like that. Those are definitely ideas that we throw around, that we think about doing, and just trying to be innovative around how we can get out there. So send ideas our way. Everything's on the table, but definitely we have the mandate from our superintendent that we should go out to the people. And that's what our strategy is going to be this year, is to get as much sound information out to the public that we can get out, and have opportunities to go where they are if they can't come to us. You're welcome.
Any other questions, comments, et cetera? No? Dr. Gilbert, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Bing, comments?
Sure, real quickly. Been a very busy week. We've been holding new teacher orientation Monday through Thursday over at the high school. We had hosted our district administrative team Wednesday and Thursday. We welcomed some self-contained teachers and paraprofessionals back today, and we also had 2 days of rigor, relevance, and resilience training for our high school administration and district supervisors. So it's been an extremely busy week finalizing transportation. We've been working with our new paraprofessional partner, Delta T, rolling up our sleeves and preparing for our new professionals in the district, and making sure we're putting our students first in regards to making sure they have a great first day. And then we also attended our first meeting with the new Commissioner of Education, Lily Locks, today. Around 300 superintendents met with her for the first time to hear her agenda and talk about some initiatives the state is pushing, some mentioned by John today in regards to special education funding, the new funding formula, trying to lower transportation costs from a state perspective. So it was an interesting, about an hour and 10-minute meeting. It was quite fruitful. We do want to remind all our folks of the new start and stop times of our schools, and also send out a big thank you for working with us around those start and stop times. It was a great budget help. Also want to remind folks of our new Columbia High School schedule. All those are posted on our website, and we are welcoming back staff on Monday, August 31st. They have been in and out of our district for the past month, getting rooms ready. I had the pleasure of going over the high school yesterday and just being enveloped in one of the nicest rooms I've seen in quite some time by one of our AP chemistry teachers, who actually let me videotape it and post it on my LinkedIn account. But it was just an unbelievable job done by him and the students. It was a joint work. I do want to point out, and our welcome letter, I believe, is going out later tonight. We're working very carefully around leading mindful tech integration. We sent out some detailed explanation about that in the welcome letter, including our intent to block AI tools for the 26-27 school year, K-12. We're also limiting YouTube access for students, K-8. Only teachers will have access to it. We also mentioned us going back to carts and going away from the one-to-one. K-5, no Chromebooks will be going home. We talked about the smartphone ban as well. It now goes into effect starting in September. At the middle schools level, we do want to introduce, and high school level, we're introducing a new parent control tool that gives families greater oversight over what sites their kids are going on in grades 6 through 12. And again, for middle schools and high schools, we'll be blocking AI tools. That's all in our welcome letter, a little more detail as you receive it later tonight. We also talked about our infrastructure and facilities in regards to going out for a solar energy PPA for those of our schools that have the roofs to do it. And then for those of our schools that do not, we are bundling their roofs into an infrastructure project, as John noted, hopefully going out for bond within the next 5 to 6 months to start repairing our buildings, modernizing our buildings. If you've been to our meetings, we've been talking about this now for 6 months, that our staff, our kids, our community deserve the respect of facilities that have been taken care of and that are modernized, and that meet all of our needs. So we'll be submitting that within the next 6 months to the Board of School Estimates. We are working with our architect around prioritizing projects for that, so we're excited about that. We're also excited about doing an ESIP project. That's the New Jersey Energy Savings Investment Plan, where we'll be able to transition our fluorescent lights to LED lights in order to have energy efficiencies. The state will fund a large portion of that. We talked about, I haven't talked about it, so I do want to shout him out. Mr. Bonds back there, who single-handedly led the CHS auditorium project. It is now complete. New rigging, new lighting, beautiful job, very complicated job. He had to work with community members, community panels. He worked with different vendors and did it in an amazingly quick amount of time. So I do want to shout out Mr. Bonds. The CHS auditorium is now up and ready to go for the season. So we're excited about that. I know Nicole's going to touch upon improving our district fiscal health. What you will be seeing coming out the first week of school is a comprehensive mental health and wellness workshop series that will go out throughout the years, not only for our parents, but also for our students. We did a lot of work around vendor services this year. I mentioned paraprofessionals, but we also did some work around custodial, as I'm looking at our teachers, who I've received many emails about the state of our facilities. We've went with a new company in regards to that. With new mandates in regards to what they're responsible for. So we're looking forward to cleaner buildings and more projects being reported in a timely fashion that need to be repaired. We're also looking at universal breakfast for the first time in South Orange Maplewood School District. That is starting in September. Breakfast will be available for students at every school starting in September. We're very excited about that. Again, we'll continue our focus on early literacy. We are launching an Algebra Ready initiative, grades K to 8. We now have a K to 8 curriculum for the first time, a continuum. We are also launching, and Dr. Gilbert didn't touch on this, but a new anti-bias framework. We've been working with the Westfield School District around that, so we're excited to launch that in September. And we're also strengthening, I see Mr. Morgan back there, our campus safety in regards to upgrading our cameras, new visitor protocols, management protocols. We are partnering with I Love You Guys in regards to emergency drills. He just met with our district administration around that, so you'll hear more about that as well. And quick mention, as I noted before, the smartphone ban starts in September. It is a bell-to-bell ban as per the state. At our high school level, we were able to get a state grant for the pouches. In regards to our seniors, they will be putting those phones in their lockers because they're a lot more responsible. We expect them to adhere to it. For our K-8, again, our middle school has been utilizing lockers, phones in lockers. It's been going very well. K-5, we really haven't been having too many issues at all. But that statute goes into play officially in September. So we're excited about the new year. We're excited to welcome our new teachers back. Keith, you want to just pull up that those slides up real quick? James, thank you. Appreciate you. One of the things we discussed with our district admin team over the last couple of days and CHS as well, every child deserves at least a year's growth for a year's input. Go ahead, James. Our big buckets for the 26-27 school year, and the board will officially adopt their goals in October along with the district goals as well. And as many of you know, we've also been working on finalizing the strategic plan, 5-year plan that our community members help develop and our teachers help develop. So our big buckets going into this school year will be around student achievement. We're going to real focus on our New Jersey tiered system of support, mental health and wellness for staff and students, as well as facilities and infrastructure improvement. Go ahead, Jen. One of our key levers going into this year will be our portrait of graduate work. This work was completed around 2022. by the district. It was community-driven. As you look on the board, you will see Portrait of Graduate is really a vision that defines specific skills, traits, and competencies students need to succeed in the modern world, in careers, in college, and in civic life. For us, our community and our schools landed on problem-solving, empathy, social justice and inclusion, perseverance, collaboration, adaptability, and global citizenship. So you'll hear more about the Portrait of Graduate as we move through the year. Go ahead, Jim. And finally, we will be presenting and tying together a coherent instructional system, so everybody has a better understanding of the path we're going down over the last couple of years. As many of you know, we took the big initiative of introducing a New Jersey tiered system of support a couple of years ago, which was a big, heavy lift. Our teachers have been wonderful in regards to working with us around that, around Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 instruction. Our special education and special services department has now worked hand in hand with our C&I folks for the first time in a long time, and we're reaping some really great fruits from that work. So we're excited to announce that as we move forward this year. But you'll see more and more about our instructional system moving forward. We really based a lot of our 26, 27 goals off that, so we'll be happy to share those in October. September? September.
Good try.
Thank you, sir. All you.
All right, thank you. We'll now have, are there any questions, discussion? Yes, Board Member Callahan.
Great. Thank you so much for all those updates, Mr. Bing. I had two questions. The first around our custodial services. I know at one of our previous meetings, we had some folks come and share some of the challenges that were happening in terms of payroll, in terms of just the new relationship. So I was hoping we could share with the community updates to that end.
Sure. Pritchard met with our staff. They also met with us. They are going towards a one-week pay schedule starting, I believe, in September.
Okay. Also, in terms of the Westfield model that you mentioned around anti-bias training, I believe this came up in one of the sessions that we had with caregivers around the Delta T transition, and a part of that also includes some neuroaffirming practices. Because you just share a little bit about that that piece of the work.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing amongst under our bias umbrella is a lack of understanding of neurodivergence amongst our community, amongst our staff. So we'd like to do a lot more amongst our admin leaders. We really like to do a lot more work around that. So while we were working on this with Westfield, and I don't think Westfield has this as part of their bias framework. For us, we thought it was important to really have that neurodivergent part in the framework. So we'll hear more about that in September as it's launched. It'll be on our website. Dr. Gilbert, Dr. Wabel have done some really nice work around that, especially working closely with our special services around the neurodivergent part.
So it sounds like that's a local addition.
It is.
Okay.
It is. We're also moving our anti-bias to a tiered system that's a lot more user-friendly for our folks. There was a really lack of understanding of how we went about bias investigations and things of that nature. We believe the Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 system will be a lot more transparent for folks.
Thank you.
Other questions? Board Member Stefan.
So one of those pieces on the coherent instructional system slide, I know the text was a little small, so if you were not right next to the screen, you didn't see it, but one piece of that was universal design for learning. Could you expand a little more on what the district is planning in that regard?
Yeah, we've been using UDL for quite some time. It's just really focusing on best practice and high yield instructional practices. The work we did for the last 2 days with our building leaders, who are really the educational leaders in the buildings, was all around John Hattie and Marzano, who really identified high yield impact strategies. Those strategies will be part of our instructional rounds work moving forward and in part of the building goals moving forward as well. It's really the work they'll be working on in regards to moving our students, as we noted previously, 1 year in. At bare minimum, if we're putting 1 year in, we should see 1 year's worth of growth. But depending on how impactful our strategies are, we should be able to see more than 1 year of growth as well.
Just to follow up, you mentioned school leaders. Is there opportunity for classroom teachers and sort of professional development opportunities with regard to UDL?
Yeah, so part of our work today was charting that out. So our building leaders, along with our supervisors, were placed in a team. They're in a year-long team. They were charting out, they have about 30 available days for professional development, and that's just a round estimate. So they started their work in regards to charting that out on a shared Google sheet that we see as central office as well. And part of their goals is submitting that sheet within the next couple of weeks. So we have a good track of knowing what PD they'll be covering, who will be delivering that PD, what is the evidence, and how they're going to be tracking it.
Board Member Higgins.
Hi. So the slide that had mental health and wellness next to student achievement, and I can't remember the third one. Mental health and wellness and student achievement are very intersected. So I guess what I'm trying to understand is with the data that we'll collect or that you'll present, when we see, results of MTSS, the anti-bias tiered training, what qualitative data are you looking to kind of collect, and who are you reaching out to for that information as well?
For, if you're looking at the 3 buckets, as you noted, it was student achievement, which Paul just noted, that instructional pathway sheet will really be the core of that work. And then we had our staff and student wellness, which we've been working with, we're up to about 8 different organizations right now over the last 5 months to bring quality professional development workshops, not only to community members, but also to our students as well. As many of you, as you all know on here, that's one of the things we promised ourselves that we would not cut in this budget was our mental health services to our students due to the issues we had last year. So part of the professional workshop series we'll be collecting, we're looking to increase what we have been seeing in number-wise. I think we've found some sweet spots in times and when we should present workshops and what those workshop topics should be through our surveys. So we've taken those survey responses and then aligned the workshops we'll be doing with those. We've also utilized some local businesses around workshops because we've got some really local folks that do some great stuff around mental health. So they'll be delivering some of those workshops. We're also working with Candace over at the municipality, Department of Health. So they'll be doing some of those workshops as well. But it is something we want to get ahead of this time. Part of our goals we're presenting in September, you'll see more quantitative goals towards the student achievement bucket, but also you'll see more qualitative towards the staff and student wellness. But we'll also tie that into absenteeism rates, suspension, discipline rates as well, because they all tie in together. And our third bucket obviously was our infrastructure and facilities, which we all know here need some massive improvement.
Any other questions? Board Member Higgins.
I just have one more, and I think it all kind of ties into what you've just described, but, looking at the budget from last year into prepping for this year, it was really about maximizing classrooms and making sure that, the spend is keeping kids in our district and that they're getting what they need, but I do worry a little bit about how squeezed some things are, and so I think whatever data you can provide around making sure that everybody has the tools that they need in order to be successful. I don't have specifics around it, but just that everybody's feeling the squeeze. So however we can get reports on that in general would be really helpful.
And I also think, and what you just mentioned, and John mentioned it, we're expanding our ERI program to the middle school level. As many of you know, we were pushing a lot of money out of district, literally 2 miles down the road to West Orange for our middle grades ERI students. So now that we've brought that program in-house, we're hoping to keep more of our kids in the community. So for us, it's to continue building that special services continuum to keep more of our students in district. We also need to do we need to do a lot better job with our out-of-district families. We don't do enough outreach on our end. So we're going to be intentional about that over the next year. And really, they really should feel that they're part of this district, which they are. So we need to do a lot better work on our end around that. So I think you'll see a lot more intentionality around that work as well.
Any other questions or comments? No? Okay. Next, we'll have our business administrator update. Ms. Schoening?
Good evening, everybody. As you all know, I started in the district on August 3rd, and we just hit the ground running pretty much. Got to know my office staff very quickly, great group of people, very accommodating, very knowledgeable, very efficient, fantastic to work with them. We've been spending a lot of time on getting familiar myself with business office operations, district operations, our procedures, and seeing where we can make any rooms for improvement, help staff better understand their roles and responsibilities, help answer any questions that they may have. As you know, the board already approved your revised purchasing manual the end of July, so we're using that purchasing manual to help train the staff. Tiffany and I have already created 2 presentations to assist staff in that. We'll do some small sessions, but we are having a full-blown training session on October 12th, which is a PD day for the district. We're looking forward to that very much. Also been addressing immediate facility needs within the district with the director of facilities. We have 3 emergent boiler projects, 1 boiler at Tuscan Elementary and 2 at the middle school. Currently, there are 2 boilers at Tuscan Elementary. 1 does not work. And at the middle school, there are 3 boilers and 2 do not work. So we are, this is an emergency situation. I did notify the county to declare the emergency. We got the approval for the emergency, and you will see on the agenda tonight is the award of the contract to the vendor for this project. If you remember, back in July, the board passed a resolution for $1.5 million to withdraw from your capital reserve account due to Henry's diligence. He secured us a quote for $319,000 to replace all 3 boilers, which is fantastic news because we're trying to build up that account, not deplete it. So, like I said, that is a resolution on tonight's agenda to award the contract to the vendor. We will notify them tomorrow so they can get going with it. And based on their email to Henry and I, these 3 boilers will be up and running before the statutory deadline of October 15th, because there was a point where we were very concerned that this would not happen, and we certainly didn't want to risk any issues with the health and safety of our students. Also, we're working on closing out the 25-26 budget year. The auditors are here right now, so we're hoping to navigate through that process within the next 2 to 3 weeks. I believe they're going to continue in district starting next week. We are, like I said, we are closing down this budget. There are many open purchase orders that we're vetting through, and we'll be either booking as an accounts payable or letting them roll as an encumbrance because services are not complete yet. Tonight on the agenda, there is a preliminary board secretary report. I received some questions via email. I responded. At the end of, at your September meeting, we'll have the final secretary reports approved, and those numbers will be better familiar. There will be better numbers, of course, subject to auditor review, but we will feel comfortable with those numbers that will be presented to the auditor. At the same time, I'm reviewing the 26-27 budget, identifying any surpluses or shortfalls, because unfortunately you build this budget 6 to 7 months in advance, and there's always things you didn't anticipate. So we're trying to help with these items that weren't anticipated and help us move forward as quickly as possible. We also met with our district's medical and prescription broker to review 7 months of data. As you know, you implemented a self-insurance plan, which was projecting surpluses, which based on a preliminary review, it's looking very positive. We were very happy. We asked for some more information, and I'll be sharing that with the committee in the next few weeks or so. That's all I have.
Any questions, comments? Board Member Steffen.
So I recognize the boiler situation is an emergent one, and I appreciate the quick work to make sure that those are online in time for fall and winter. I just want to encourage the district in the future to take a look at heat pumps as an alternative to boilers. The economics of that can kind of depend on whether you have solar on the roofs, and as we start to get solar put on, hopefully that's something we can take a look at as boilers in the future reach the end of their lifespan. I know at the New Maplewood Library, that's the heat pumps are something they utilize, so I just encourage us to be thinking about that in the future.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, thank you. So I have just a few brief comments here. We are at this point 5 days away from the start of the 26-27 10-month school year, and I just want to take a moment to highlight how much has been going on in this building and in all of our buildings. There is just an immense amount of preparation that goes into the school year starting during the summer months, and of course months before the summer months, but especially right now, there has been a whole lot. So on behalf of the board, I want to express our sincere gratitude to our dedicated teachers, staff, administrators, and facilities teams who've been working tirelessly across our buildings, preparing the classrooms, updating the curriculum, freshening and updating facilities, preparing bus routes, setting up lunch stations, organizing district-wide operations generally, and laying the foundation for a successful year ahead. We are, of course, aware that there have been numerous ICE enforcement actions in our community in recent weeks, and the board and district remain deeply committed to ensuring that every family feels safe, valued, and supported, regardless of their nationality or their immigration status. The district maintains clear protocols regarding and restricting ICE activity on our premises. The district has been responding when these incidents take place, and they've been working to connect families with legal and community support. So the board, I think, greatly appreciates that, and that is work that is ongoing. So there's been a whole lot of discussion, and we want to make sure that we are addressing and centering it tonight regarding the state of our paraprofessionals in the upcoming school year. This transition has caused immense anxiety and even panic in the families that rely on this critical support staff. And we can discuss the nuts and bolts of the rationale behind this move and what the district has been doing to shore things up. But it's important, I think, that we pause and acknowledge to these parents and caregivers who tend to these students, who have our most intensive needs, the fears that have been invoked and grown surrounding this move, and acknowledge what you are going through. And I want you to know that under the board's close oversight, district leadership has been working pretty much around the clock recently with our external vendors and with our returning and incoming paraprofessionals to address challenges, ensure proper coverage, and establish a strong, supportive environment for every learner. And not all that work has been visible or even could be visible, but I assure you it has been ongoing. We hugely appreciate the advocacy efforts that parent and community leaders have invested in this district and in this work, and the time that they've given to us in meetings addressing concerns and discussing solutions. I know that the district's focus and the board's focus right now is to have a successful student-centered experience on day one of the school year on Tuesday, and when problems crop up, because we know any rollout, problems crop up. They crop up every year. That on day two, they'll be getting fixed. Without question, the board will be closely monitoring these support services and ensure that we are delivering the quality care that our students deserve and are entitled to. This month marks a significant milestone in our district's history in that the court-supervised monitoring of the settlement between the district and the Black Parents Workshop has come to a close. I've shared before that as I was preparing to move to this district, I did research on the schools and I learned, wow, this district has multiple legal complaints against it for equity and integration issues. And we're working on how they were going to resolve those issues. And I said, you know what? That is at very least a sign of a district being forced to take stock of their problems and addressing them head on. And while our growth has not been a straight line, we have indeed made significant progress at addressing these issues. Now, while this legal chapter is ending, the commitment that we have to equity, access, and accountability, they don't. The crucial work that Dr. Fergus outlined in his equity report, along with recommendations in that evaluation, will continue forward, and they're centered in the district's operation. Across our comprehensive equity plan, the district goals, our long-term strategic plan, and in our classrooms. Now, our board has a Rutgers Implementation Special Committee created 3 years ago specifically to carry out supervision of this settlement work. And as the expectations were at the time this was set up, the committee would fold at the conclusion of this work. It is our expectation the committee is going to meet probably one more time to do its follow-up and closure work, and then the work will not end, but it will be distributed to other committees on the board, between the Curriculum and Instruction Committee, the Student and Family Affairs Committee, and elsewhere in our committees. The closure of this court monitoring is not a finish line for anyone, but it is establishing a baseline as we continue efforts forward toward true institutional equity and student support. Finally, following our second board retreat last week, we have continued our collaborative work in refining our board goals, as well as discussing with the district what its goals are going to be. For community visibility, our draft 26-27 board goals are included in tonight's meeting agenda for public review, and we anticipate reviewing them and accepting them for a vote along with the district goals at our upcoming September meeting. The board goals focus generally circle around three primary pillars, the first being student achievement and equity, second being governance and professional learning, and the third being fiscal stewardship and strategic oversight. While the district goals, as they currently stand and are being developed, are focusing on having learning-ready facilities, having a connected learning framework, and a wellness-focused environment. And those umbrellas will bring in the growth areas that we want to make sure the district is focused on and the board is focused on in this upcoming school year. So, in short, thank you to everyone in our community for all that you contribute in your partnership, in your patience with the district at times, and your dedication to our students. And we are looking forward to a very successful school year ahead. Any questions or comments? No? All right. Then we are now at the point in our agenda where we are having our hearings of individuals and delegations. So thank you for coming in person and joining us online this evening. We value your public comment greatly at our board meetings. We can't engage in a dialogue with you, but we take your comments very seriously, and your input informs our work. Now, our comment period is limited to 1 hour. Based on the number of speakers I believe we have, we'll be able to allocate 3 minutes to each speaker. And we'll ask that you please begin by stating your name and your town. We'll start first with our in-person speaks and then move to our online. And our first speaker is Scott Ingalls.
Good evening, Superintendent Bing and members of the board. My name is Scott Ingalls. I'm the parent of a rising ERI kindergartner at Seth Boyden, and I'm also on the board of CPAC. First, on behalf of CPAC, I want to thank you for the listening that you've done throughout the summer on the paraprofessional transition. We were very relieved to hear the news this week that Delta T is reclassifying paras as W-2 employees instead of 1099s. It doesn't change their wages or benefits, but it does provide a little bit of extra legal protection, which will materially benefit hundreds of paras. We particularly want to thank Kathy Jesmaria and Christina Puntareri, always get that wrong, for their hard work and open ears. With only 2 business days until school starts, we do still have some outstanding concerns regarding training and retention, which we would like the board to address. Number one, Mr. Bing guaranteed that under the Delta T contract, all paras would be certified in handle with care, verbal de-escalation, and safe restraint techniques. There were 3 days of training scheduled, and only 14 paras attended on day 1. Can anybody confirm if the remaining 204 paras were present at yesterday's and today's training? And for the ones who have not been certified, are they able to report to work on day 1? If so, what is the plan to hold Delta T accountable for getting them trained as soon as possible? This is a safety issue not only for special ed students, but for everyone, students and staff alike, in self-contained and inclusion classrooms. And number 2, regarding retention, several of our most valuable, longest-serving paras chose not to accept Delta T's job offer due to the requirement that they register as 1099 contractors. Now that Delta T has agreed to classify them as employees after all, what efforts are being made to bring those paras back? We're concerned that Delta T is not actively reaching back out to these paras since they're already fully staffed. Leaving these experienced paras on the table would be a huge loss for our schools. There are more questions from the broader advocacy coalition, which you'll hear tonight and see in your inboxes. But I'll close with the other slice of the compliment sandwich and extend our sincere thanks to BOE policy and special ed committees for hearing our concerns about the revised restraint and seclusion policy and incorporating the changes that we suggested. Thank you for making us feel heard and for working to keep our students safe. My ears also perked up at the mention of the neuroaffirming bias framework and better communication with out-of-district families just a few minutes ago. CPAC is standing by to work with you on that. We are here to help. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Next, we have Lindsay Stone.
Good evening. My name is Lindsay Stone. I'm a resident of South Orange and a parent to a child at South Mountain Elementary and a rising child at South Orange Middle School. I have served in some capacity on the board or as a liaison for CPAC over the past 7 years. I'm here tonight to recognize someone most of you have never met, but who has quietly shaped my son's entire elementary school experience. Her name is Miss Gloria Cunningham, and she has dedicated 16 years to this district as a paraprofessional. My son is autistic and visually impaired, and Miss Cunningham was assigned as his one-to-one para in 2020 when he was starting virtual kindergarten during the pandemic. She stayed with him every year all the way through 5th grade. Over the years, we've experienced high turnover with service providers and teachers, and my son struggles with inconsistency. However, she was his one steady source of consistent support. She knew him better than anyone else in the building. Because of her, he wasn't just present in an inclusion classroom, he belonged there. That kind of relationship does not come from a job description. It comes from years of showing up, being patient, and building trust. This June, my son graduated elementary school at South Mountain alongside his peers, and everyone in the auditorium cheered for him. That same day, I learned about the change in paraprofessional vendor, not from the administration, but from Ms. Cunningham herself. I've spent this entire summer alongside other special education parents, anxious, angry, and honestly, heartbroken. To be clear, we always knew we would be saying goodbye to Ms. Cunningham and assigned a new para for middle school. But sadly, a new student will not benefit from her support. She's made the decision to leave for West Orange, a district facing its own budget crisis and outsourcing of paraprofessionals, because she could not afford the pay cut and loss of benefits offered by Delta T. I'm not here tonight to relitigate the vendor decision or how communication was handled. I am here because I want this board and the community to understand what we are losing. Mrs. Cunningham didn't just do a job for 16 years. She gave us peace of mind that our child was safe and seen. An experience like hers doesn't transfer with a new vendor contract. That institutional knowledge simply walks out the doors. Families like mine depend entirely on people like her staying and on this district treating them like the professionals they are. I'm asking this board and the administration to join me in recognizing Ms. Cunningham and every paraprofessional like her. Tonight isn't just about what we're losing, it's about what she gave us. 16 years committed to the children of this district. For that, I am endlessly grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Next, we have Marie Paul Florestal.
Good evening, board members. My name is Marie Paul Florestal. I am a representative for Local 68 Union Operating Engineers. Yesterday, South Orange Maplewood released a press statement announcing that paraprofessionals are no longer classified as independent contractors, but will instead be employees of Delta T. However, the rate of pay remains unchanged at $20 to $22 per hour. This wage is not competitive enough to attract or retain qualified paraprofessionals, particularly those who have worked in the district for years and developed strong relationship with their students. After taxes and mandatory payroll deduction, such as New Jersey state taxes, state unemployment insurance, temporary disability insurance, family leave insurance, federal income taxes, Social Security, and Medicare, paraprofessional take-home pay will be less than the stated hourly rates, which will be, as I mentioned before, $16 per hour. The minimum wage in New Jersey is $15.92. In today's economy, these wages combined with no health insurance, pension, contribution, and pay during school holidays, winter and spring breaks, make these positions difficult for a paraprofessional to return to South Orange Maplewood School District. Paraprofessionals are paid only when students are in the building. How does superintendent expect the district to recruit and retain qualified and experienced paraprofessionals under these conditions? The district has stated that this arrangement will save approximately $1.8 million annually. However, any projected saving must be weighted against the cost of disruption, turnover, and the loss of experienced paraprofessionals. Now, 80% of the paraprofessionals who worked in the district for years are not coming back. This is serious. It is very risky that students will be forced to adjust to new staff. Teachers will have to spend additional time training and supporting inexperienced paraprofessionals, and instructional time may be lost. The union's position remains clear. Students deserve qualified, experienced paraprofessionals, and those professionals deserve fair wages and benefits. Cost of saving should never come at the expense of students learning or qualified educational services.
Thank you, Ms. Florestal. Next, we have Patrice Masson. And we have Shira Lincoln.
We coming together.
Clearly.
As usual. As usual, right. Good evening, board members, Mr. Bing, and members of the community. My name is Shira Lincoln, and as of July 1st, I have had the honor of serving as president of the South Orange Maplewood Education Association. Joining me, thank you. Joining me is Patrice Massung, who is serving as Samaya vice president. For those who may not know me, I am a proud graduate of the South Orange Maplewood School District and have been a teacher at Marshall Elementary School for 29 years. This district has been an important part of my life, both as a student and as an educator, and I care deeply about its continued success.
My name is Patrice Massung, and I'm honored to serve as Samaya's vice president. I have been an educator in our district for 17 years. I began my career at South Mountain Annex before moving to Marshall Elementary, where I've taught for the past 16 years.
Together, our first responsibility is to represent the members of Samaya and make sure their voices are heard. We also believe that strong communication and productive relationships among our educators, support professionals, administration, board, families, and community are essential to the success of our school district. We know that stakeholders will not always see every issue the same way, and that is to be expected. What matters is that we maintain open lines of communication, listen to one another, and work through our differences professionally and respectfully.
We believe there is much we can accomplish when all stakeholders in the district work together towards our shared goal of providing the best possible schools for the students and families of South Orange and Maplewood. We look forward to representing our members, strengthening communication throughout the district, and building productive working relationships with the board, administration, and the broader school community.
We are excited about the work ahead and optimistic about what we can accomplish together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both so much. Next, we have Danielle Thorne.
I gave a lot of thought to what I wanted to say tonight because as a parent of a child who will be directly impacted by the para change, I have to hold two truths. Members of the Special Services Department have worked exceptionally hard this summer, and yet somehow my son still faces imminent harm. I have seen in particular how hard Christina Puncieri has been working. I really believe she cares and I see her efforts, and yet we are exactly where we forecast we would be in June and where I told you we were in July. My son has 0 returning paras. And that right there is the reality we face when you as a board and Mr. Bing, you as a superintendent, do not operate from a deeply rooted equity framework. A basic tenet of equity is that we do not make systemic decisions without hearing from the most impacted stakeholders. One thing Mr. Bing said earlier this summer has turned repeatedly in my head since he said it. He said, as superintendent of SOMSD, my goal is to balance our devoted support for vulnerable learners with our duty to all 100% of our students. I recognize we don't want to see specials teachers rift or courtesy busing cut. My kid goes to specials and rides a bus too. I want all our kids to experience a robust, well-rounded education, but our families operate from a different reality. I heard Dr. Gilbert reference the dissatisfaction with III due to transportation logistics. And I wondered, have you asked out-of-district families about their transportation logistics? I would gladly drive my kid cross-district every day if it meant retaining the support that keeps him in district and lets him learn to read. So let's talk equity. An equity-focused lens doesn't ask, is it fair to all our kids if we cut specials or courtesy busing to bring our paras in-house? An equity-focused lens asks instead, if we change para vendors to keep specials teachers or courtesy busing, will our special ed kids lose access to the same education as their general education peers? You made a structural change driven by the wrong question, and now not even the Herculean efforts of Christina and our incredible special education teachers can save kids like my son. They can work their butts off, and yet we still need to orient at least 140 new paraprofessionals across our district this year. And I still see this board operating from a belief that that could go well, that somehow it's possible, despite all the evidence that our kids thrive on connection, that this won't cause massive destabilization. And it just feels like we're entering the year from two different realities. I truly hope it goes well. I do. But experience tells me the district will blame individual kids and families when it doesn't. And if by September this blows up like I am so worried that it will, I will be back here to remind you how we got here.
Thank you, Ms. Thorne. Next, we have Nicole Fratrioli.
We're doing a little read aloud here.
Now, hang on, I have two names. Is there another sign up?
Oh, Molly. Molly Goldman. Probably not.
Fine, there we go. Got it. Molly? Go ahead. I got you.
Hi, I'm Rachel Hennis. I am a parent of a rising 7th grader and a rising, who is at SOMS, and a rising 3rd grader who is out of district. We recognize that in these final days before school begins, the district has implemented a number of concrete changes to try and mitigate harm given the enormous attrition of paras due to the switch of vendors from ESS to Delta T. We're relieved that our collective advocacy is finally resulting in advocacy. Families and paraprofessionals have spent the summer identifying foreseeable risks, asking questions, documenting gaps, and proposing solutions because those protections were not built into the transition from the beginning. The fact that the district is now acting on many of these recommendations is important, but it does not erase the profound harm and instability this process has caused or the enormous amount of invisible labor families and paraprofessionals have had to do to get us here. And it does not erase the need for true accountability. Rebuilding trust requires both acting urgently on the community's recommendations to protect children now and publicly acknowledging how we got here, apologizing for the harm caused, and changing the absence of processes and procedures that made these failures of oversight possible. To hear Mr. Bing tonight so casually say he hopes our students in special ed classes have a great first day without acknowledging the complete fear and worry that so many of us are carrying, and the fact that we still do not have clear answers to basic questions like, will my child's para be coming back, is very disturbing. There's a much larger conversation about ableism and accountability and equity to be had to begin the work of repair. There's also real listening that needs to happen. I truly hope we can see some steps being made publicly to address the harm caused here. We will be submitting another letter speaking more to all of this, but given that school starts in 2 business days, we need to focus on the pressing questions that are still unanswered. Even in the most recent updates to the Delta T repository of questions. In order for families to feel any reassurance about who will be interacting with their children, we need detailed, not vague answers. And while I also appreciate Mr. Meyer's acknowledgement of the advocacy we have done, and we see the work being done at the last minute, this could have all been prevented had actual engagement happened with our families. And in the spirit of prevention, cutting trusted paras is a direct threat to student mental health and well-being. So when we are thinking about student mental health and well-being, we need to be thinking about consistency and connection. And now on to our pressing questions.
And if you'll just announce your name and town, thank you.
I'm Nicole Frateroli. I live in Maplewood. I have a rising kindergartner going to Clinton and a rising 2nd grader who I have actually withdrawn from the school district. And if I have time, I will address that. Number 1, handle with care training. How many of the hired paraprofessionals as part of the 184 needed for day-to-day provision of accommodations and those on standby have completed handle with care? Will the district commit and ensure that no para that has not completed the required Handle with Care training will begin student-facing assignments under any circumstances, and that cleared, hired, and Handle with Care trained alternates from the larger pool will replace them immediately until certification is complete? Number 2, onboarding and student assignments. How many of the 218 paras actually meet the definition of fully onboarded as per the district definition? If an assigned paraprofessional is not fully onboarded, trained, or otherwise ready when school opens, what is the district's plan to ensure that every student's IEP required paraprofessional support is nevertheless provided from the first day of school? Number 3, continuity. How many returning paras have been placed in each self-contained classroom in the district? Are any at 0? Of the total number of students entitled to one-to-one para support, how many have the same para as last year? How many do not? Have these families been contacted so they can help prepare their children for this enormous change, knowing how stressful that can be, especially for neurodivergent kids? Number 4, IEP at a glance. Will the district guarantee every para receive the relevant IEP at a glance and student-specific guidance by last year's teacher before their first contact with students on September 1st? Who is responsible for verifying this has happened before the first day, and how will this information be communicated both to families and the public? As I mentioned, I did withdraw my rising second grader from the district after one bad year at Delia Bolden and one absolutely horrendous year at Delia Bolden. This was despite your best efforts, Mr. Bing. Thank you for helping bring in a neurodiversity affirming special ed teacher, Mrs. Murphy. Ms. Murphy, I want to shout her out. She was an absolute champion for my daughter. Unfortunately, the school as a whole is in desperate need of neurodiversity affirming training, and my then 6-year-old's mental health suffered immensely. I cannot risk another bad year for my very young child. She did have a shared paraprofessional during her time in the district. This situation did play into our decision. This was a very sad decision for my family. My husband graduated from the school district, and he was very excited to bring his kids here. So thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Molly Goldman. I have a rising kindergartner and rising third grader at Clinton Elementary. I'm going to continue with our list of questions. For every student with a one-to-one who is not retaining their previous para and every self-contained classroom without a returning para, what specific transition supports will be in place beyond the general August 27th, August 31st onboarding? Will families whose children are receiving a new one-to-one be offered an opportunity to meet or connect with that person before the start of school? If yes, when and how will families be contacted? If no, what specific alternative transition mechanism will occur before the new para begins supporting the child? 6, who is responsible for responding and reporting urgent Delta T transition issues effective September 1st, 2026? And when will outreach instructions be issued to families and staff? 7, what will paras take-home pay be based on standard deductions? Will paras receive paid sick time? If so, how much? When and how will the updated written terms of employment be issued to any ESS paras that Delta T did not successfully recruit or connect with when those paras were still under the impression that they would be 1099 employees? And I also want to thank you for your increase in communications as our parent advocates have pushed you towards that this summer. However, I'm still waiting for the district to communicate to our larger community about this transition and not just our special ed families. Given the biases that our children face or that they're seen as unruly or non-compliant or a challenge to have in the classroom, how will general education families understand some of the fallout that they're going to see from this transition? And how is the district planning to proactively communicate with them around that? And finally, school starts in 2 business days. The fact that these questions are not answered to families is unacceptable. The fact that no public accountability or apology has happened is unacceptable. There are so many terrified families right now. There are hundreds, over 400 and counting community members standing in solidarity with us. We are eager to rebuild trust, but it has to start with accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, Molly. We'll now move to our online public speaks. First, we have Marion Rabb.
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure can, Marion. How are you?
Good. I'm just trying to let you into my settings, and anyway, I'll just talk and not waste time. Hi, my name is Marion Rabb. I've lived in Maplewood since 2001, and I've had at least one child in the school district between the years 2007 and 2025. So that's almost 20 years. So as I like to joke, I know where all the bodies are buried. I'm here to talk about the paraprofessional situation. As many of you know, my youngest son has cerebral palsy, and he had a one-on-one para where we essentially won the para lottery. She was assigned to him when he was in 4th grade, and she stayed with him through 12th grade, all the way through CHS. My son, I have no doubt in my mind that it is because of Mrs. Shannon Hayes Ward that my son was admitted to his first choice college, Drew University, where he is a rising sophomore and where he made the dean's list his freshman year. Special ed is no joke, as your county budget administrator mentioned. We are talking about the most vulnerable and at-risk students in our district, and I am here to relitigate what you decided to do to the paralegals, because I want to talk about litigation. As most of you also know, I'm a non-practicing attorney, and I know a lot about special ed law, and I work closely with the Education Law Center in Newark, and I am also on the board of directors of Save Our Schools New Jersey, a nonpartisan group that works to ensure that every student in New Jersey is given the opportunity to get the best quality education possible. I would like to warn this district now and put it on the record that you are opening yourselves up to a massive amount of potential lawsuits with this disastrous paraprofessional decision that you have made. You are going to be violating dozens or even scores, maybe even hundreds of IEPs. I don't know how many. You are going to have so many more students have to go out of district, and we all know how expensive those out of district placements are. They can go up to close to $100,000 a year in tuition. And you are doing this to save $1.8 million out of what's the budget this year? So it's over 300. It's over $300 million, right? $1.8 million. You're doing this to save $1.8 million. You're going to pay the people we trust with our most at-risk students basically minimum wage. This is absolutely outrageous, and I can almost guarantee you right now the lawsuits will be filed. So that's all I have to say. I highly recommend you reconsider this decision and get a task force, an emergency task force, assembled immediately, unless you want about a dozen lawsuits filed between now and December. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Next, we have Nicholas Wright.
That community member is not online.
Thank you. Next, we have Liz Burke.
Hi, it's Liz Ray. Sorry, I don't.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's okay. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I'm a South Orange resident and the parent of a rising 2nd grader at Clinton. I'm also here to comment on the paraprofessional vendor change debacle. I don't have much to add to what everyone else has already said, but I wanted to speak up because I heard that there was a perception that not enough district parents showed up to the board meetings to complain when we were talking about the paras, so I wanted to be here. And I just want to say that I'm so grateful that there are an amazing group of people in this community who have spent hundreds of man hours this summer organizing and sharing information about this situation so that we can be here to advocate for our children and the people who support them. I can only imagine how much our district could benefit from their expertise and generosity of time if they were willing to engage them proactively instead of in the midst of a crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kim Dakash?
That community member is not online.
Okay. That was a very recent sign up. I want to make totally sure she is not available there. Okay. Well, we will in a second.
She's on.
Is she on?
Yep.
All right, we'll give it a second.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Thank you for checking. I was here just trying to get in. Hi, this is Kim Takach. I'm a Maplewood resident and a parent of 2 kids with education in the district. Of course, I want to start by acknowledging some of the recent efforts to support this paratransition that are now being communicated and implemented. And so I want to thank you for listening to the community and thank the community for all of the outreach and advocacy that they have put in over the summer. And continue to urge you to follow through on your commitments. What I want to address tonight, though, is I'm really grateful to hear that mental health was named as a focus and goal area for the district this year. And it was mentioned this evening. And of course, it is so important that you have committed to this. And there's absolutely a mental health crisis in our district and certainly in our country. But at the same time, I have to acknowledge that there is a very real and obvious to many of us disconnect with proclaiming this commitment to mental health at the same time as there are decisions being made like this paraprofessional vendor switch. And so as you are exploring this goal and again, maintaining this commitment to mental health, I encourage you to expand your understanding and knowledge and approach to supporting mental health, not just as an after the fact support and once somebody is in a crisis, but instead to think proactively about the ways that you can support the students. And certainly for our disabled and neurodivergent students, access to connection and trust and safety in their schools like they get from highly skilled and committed paras is absolutely a vital thing for us to look into in terms of enforcing our commitment to mental health. Again, there is a huge overlap and intersection of neurodivergence and disability and mental health challenges, and not because there is inherently a connection, but because our neurodivergent and disabled students live in a world that is not built for them. And so a huge way that we can support our students' mental health is by addressing and supporting the needs of our disabled students that are not being met in so many different circumstances. And lastly, I just want to acknowledge, this was brought up before by another parent, that I am speaking as a parent and professional, but as a general education parent, I would have no idea what has happened with the paraprofessionals. I am deeply connected to the special education community through my work and friendships and community members, but there has been almost no indication that this is going on. And I know you acknowledged that there's a welcome letter. And so I hope that is included. But this is not just a special education issue, and it needs to be brought up to the whole district.
Thank you, Kim.
Thanks, Kim.
And that will conclude our first hearings of individuals and delegations. We will now move on to committee reports. Much of the work our board does happens in committees. The results are brought to the board meeting for action. Detailed minutes of each committee meeting are posted on our website, and we encourage you to review them. We will now hear from the chairs of each of our committees with a few brief highlights from this month's meeting. We'll again start over on this side. Board Member Nyer with a report from the Finance, Facilities, and Technology Committee.
Thank you. I'll keep it really brief. The Finance Committee met on August 19th and was attended by myself, Board Member Callahan, Board Member Meyer, Mr. Bing, and Ms. Schoening. We discussed a number of facilities-related updates at this meeting. So we started out with getting an update on some projects that were underway in the summer that should have been completed before the start of the school year, and the update was really around the fact that they are not yet complete, and that our head of facilities is working very closely with the contractor to ensure that those get completed before the year starts in next week. Those projects include some closeout items, particularly around fire alarm issues, certain leaks around the girls' locker room in Columbia High School, and some lighting issues. Next, we talked about the Ritzer Field and the plan that the district has with respect to bringing that forward for a vote. Because the DOE has approved the Ritzer project as well as MMS and SOMS auditorium, the district is planning to bring this to a vote of the board in September. Materials are being prepared by the district in coordination with the architect group, and the plan is to then, in terms of a timeline, bring it to a vote to BOCE in October or November. We got an update on some of the scoping work at Ritzer. Our video inspection was complete. Further soil sampling reports have been completed. And the results are being evaluated. And based on the results and the evaluation, it is likely that, we would have to incorporate some additional remediation measures in our request to BOCE. Beyond that, we got an update on a number of the summer projects, which are all underway and completing. We got an update from Nicole just now on the boiler project, so I'm not going to go into that. And then the rest of the agenda was really many of the topics that Nicole covered in her BA update, so I'm going to just stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? All right. Fine. Board Member Stefan, go ahead.
When the auditorium and Ritzer projects come up for a vote, could they be presented as two separate items, given that there may be members of this board and the Board of School Estimate who may want to vote for one and not the other?
They will be presented as two separate projects, but I think the funding request is going to be all combined as one.
Excuse me, I was under the impression that they would be separate.
Yeah, so Board of School Estimates can separate them. They've done that in the past, as I recall. So they have the right to separate whatever package we give them.
I think the expectation would be that if both projects are completed, they would likely be in one bond, presumably, but it will likely be two separate votes.
Two separate votes, one bond request.
I think likely whatever came out of that meeting as a bonded project would presumably be put together into a single bond, because I'm not sure there would be a logical reason to process two separate sets of paperwork, but that's a lawyer's question. Board Member Capadia.
In terms of the side-by-side comparison with Ritzer, what's the timing that the board will see it, the public will see it?
I think that it is pending right now from our architects. I don't know that they've given us a specific date, but we are in the zone where there's going to be a specific date very soon where they will give us those documentations. The board is going to see them, the committee is going to see them, and very quickly thereafter the public will see them.
They're currently working on it. had a brief meeting with Todd and his team this week. Didn't give us a timeline, as Will said, but I know they're currently working on it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Board Member Stefan, do you have a follow-up?
When you say two separate votes, that's two separate votes by us?
It's a good question. You know, we're going to cross that bridge when we come to it. Yeah, it's, we need to take a vote to send a request for the Board of School Estimate to act. We take a vote, it is transmitted to the Board of School Estimate, and then they have to act between 15 and 30 days from when we transmit it to them. As far as what's going to be in that resolution, I think that's going to be a matter of counting to, I think in this case, counting to 6. So will it be 1, will it be 2? I think the board is going to figure that out. We could very well have a resolution put through, and then we have amendments put through, and we go through that process.
Well, let me convert my question into a request. I would request that these be brought up as separate votes for us, because I think folks here may have different views on the auditorium and Ritzer and may want to support one or not the other.
Do you not like auditoriums, Paul? No.
Well, if you separate them, you'll find out.
Okay. Board Member Kapadia.
I just don't know why we're preempting Severs. I mean, if we're just putting forth the project, let the process play out. I don't know why we're telegraphing moves here. So.
Yeah, no, and I think it is, it would be essentially the same effect, severing different pieces and voting on them versus having two separate pieces of paper. I think we're going to perhaps, between our committee and the board secretary, figuring out how those will be presented. But I think the sever would have the same effect as two separate pieces of paper. Other questions or comments? No? Okay, very good. Board Member Callahan for Special Services.
Thank you. Okay, so the Special Services Committee met on August 20th. It was Board Member Higgins and myself. We were joined by Ms. Jessa Maria, Superintendent Bing, and CPAC President Verna Holcomb. With CPAC, we discussed bus passes and cards, including troubleshooting some communication with our out-of-district families. We talked about mental health programming at elementary schools, including a model being used in Orange, and suggestions from CPAC that were incorporated, as Scott said earlier, into Policy 5561 on restraint and seclusion. We also continued conversations from earlier town halls and meetings that day regarding the paraprofessional transition. We spent time talking also about how we can strengthen our ongoing partnership with CPAC. Some of the ideas that I offered included proactively flagging policies under consideration so that CPAC has an opportunity to provide feedback, providing a bulleted agenda in advance so that CPAC can prepare input and identify issues that may warrant additional discussion for us in committee, and engaging CPAC liaisons like their mental health liaison, their out-of-district liaison as needed when particularly relevant topics or schools are being discussed in committee. I also just wanted to take a brief moment to remind families that if you have not already done so, to please complete the Family Experience Survey. This is the second year that we have run it. It has been disseminated. It should still be live. I also want to thank families who responded to our Autism Aftercare survey. That feedback was really helpful, and the district is now in the beginning stages of investigating what a proposal for a pilot program to offer that service could look like. Next, I want to share that after an extensive review of our records, our monitor has closed the corrective action plan from our federal audit. She said that she's very impressed by how far we have come, so kudos to Ms. Jessa Maria and the team who made this a reality. And so, though the committee discussed a variety of topics, including our committee and district goals, some program and instructional updates ahead of this school year, I did want to spend the majority of my time this evening discussing the paraprofessional transition, because I do recognize the level of concern that has generated among our families, and I believe it deserves our full attention here. So as an educator, someone who started my career as a paraprofessional myself, I do understand these are not simply staffing positions on a spreadsheet. They are trusted adults in our students' lives. They know students' communications, their regulation needs, strengths, triggers, routines, and all the small things that really do make a difference in the day-to-day. And so for that reason, those changes in adults supporting kids can be consequential. I understand that not just as an educator, but carry that understanding into my board responsibilities. So making sure that there are systems to support this stable and responsive and that they're subject to meaningful oversight. I recognize the transition has created, as we have talked about throughout the summer, really intense uncertainty and distress for many families. And I hear the concerns about disruption, safety, continuity, communication, and trust. And I do not take those concerns lightly. So I want to recognize, and I think this is important to say, that the families and caregivers who have organized, asked difficult questions, shared their experiences, and advocated so persistently, you're doing exactly what we want families to do. And the advocacy is not an obstacle to the work, but a benefit to the work. It's essential as part of our responsibility to our students. So thank you. I'm not going to rehash, I know Board President Meyer and Superintendent Bing have shared some things, so I will not go through all of the pieces for lack of being redundant, but I have appreciated being in the Delta T meetings over the summer alongside of caregivers in July and August, and I do look forward to continuing that work with quarterly check-ins that Mr. Bing has committed to with this caregiver working group during the upcoming school year. I think these conversations are important to how we continue to stay informed and responsive. So as was communicated, we have the update around our paraprofessional partner and changing the employment structure for W-2s for the upcoming school year. I believe we went over, and the community has capacity reports in terms of being hired at 218 for 184 positions. I also want to acknowledge the work that's being done to prepare paraprofessionals for the students that they serve. Certainly an area we will be monitoring is attendance at those, ensuring that folks have the requisite training that they need. There are also concrete steps to ensure that important information, including IEP at a glance and All About Me, are disseminated so that kids are known to their paraprofessionals ahead of time and appreciate the work and responsiveness that went into making sure those measures are in place. And our responsibility, excuse me, I'm just making sure I'm not repeating things. So the Special Services Department has formalized the paraprofessional transition as one of the department goals for 26-27, and the committee has also developed an oversight dashboard with input from the community that will be monitored throughout the year. It'll track staffing and student outcomes, including attendance, restraint and seclusion, safety incidents, HIB and discipline, mental health and behavioral indicators, staffing stability and coverage, as well as the results of a monthly family survey that the district has committed to administering. So those measures will be reviewed monthly to look at patterns, recurring concerns, or gaps in service to determine where follow-up or corrective action may be needed. In addition, supervisors have committed to weekly check-ins with teachers and administrators once the school year begins to assess placements to ensure that they're working effectively. And I'm hopeful that these mechanisms will give us a strong foundation for oversight as we continue to evaluate and ensure that we are measuring the right things. So I look forward to doing that work with not just our CPAC partners, but also with that quarterly caregiver working group. Ultimately, our shared goal is straightforward. We are trying to ensure that our special education classrooms are safe and joyful places where all students can learn and thrive. I am committed to doing my part as a board member to make sure that happen and appreciate the partnership of our families and our district as we move forward with this transition. And I am open to questions.
Board Member Board Member Second Cable, please.
Yeah, not a question, but since I'm not on the committee and I read through your notes, Board Member Callahan, I just wanted to commend you for proposing that, what's it called, you just mentioned it, the dashboard. I think that's a great way to provide some ongoing oversight of the para transition, and I think it's just a really thoughtful approach to look at the data over time and make sure that any concerns that come up are identified and addressed, and we're just able to see that in real time. So thank you.
Board Member Nair.
Yeah, so I have a couple of questions, and maybe this was discussed in special services, or maybe Mr. Bing can answer them. Can we get confirmation on the status of the training? It sounds like we attempted to hold some sessions, but is everyone fully trained as of now? What's the status? Okay. The second is, what is our plan if things don't go well, right? So like day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. I know we have a broader framework around the dashboard and monitoring, but like we need to have a plan in place if across the board there are lots of students that are facing issues, first day, second day, third day, fourth day, fifth day, week 2, week 3. What is the district's plan?
Is that, you want to?
It's a question.
Yeah. Do you have?
Yeah, I shouted out before, our Christina, Kathleen, Sue, Tim have been working very hard over the last month and a half since we started this with Delta T to ensure that, one, we have enough paras, two, that we have a system in place to make sure every para knows their students, and three, providing opportunities for our current teachers to meet their new paras, and also providing opportunities for our parents to meet new paras. We're going to be working on an opportunity during back to school night for parents and a few other opportunities that we'll be announcing over the next few weeks. So a lot of hours have been put in to making sure that we make this as smooth as possible with a student-centered focus.
It's also, just to piggyback on that, it's my understanding that Delta T does right now have a surplus of paras for our use. So in the event that there is a para that is not a good fit, there is a pretty easy ability to swap someone out. Is that accurate?
Yeah, so this is, and I'm speaking previous to me because I've talked to our previous director of special services. This is the first time in 7 years that all of our paraprofessional spots will be filled and that we actually have a surplus of paraprofessionals. I can speak only for myself that over the last couple of years, we had work stoppages threats at the start of each of the 2 years I've been in district, and also for ESY, that we had to come up with a plan B, working with Essex County and working with John Ferraro. This is the first year since I've been here that we have not received that threat, and that we are planning to have normal work attendance in our schools.
Yeah, go ahead.
Not going to ask myself a question, but I did want to just highlight, it did come up. I know we're not having a dialogue in this moment with the community, but I do want to highlight, because this did come up, a question around, kind of like, what does it look like right now, because we had this shift with 1099s back to W-2, and the degree to which that could have an impact on folks deciding to come back if that had been a sticking point. And so I just wanted to give you the opportunity, because I know that is work that is ongoing, that both Delta T and the district have been reaching out to those familiar faces with that new knowledge. So just if you could speak a little bit to that.
So we've been pretty clear with Delta, and Delta's on the same page, that for those paras that wish to return, that our principals and teachers identified, they will be bumping any of the new paras, and those new paras would be surplus. At this point, we just had the conversation earlier this morning, all the paras have been reached out to in regard to the transition. So their expectations, we should be seeing some more returning paras over the next day or two. But they have priority. They also have priority in regards to making the top of the scale, which is $22 as well for our returning paras.
And Mr. Vick, could I just ask, because we've had some concerns, and I've heard some folks mention that the district is not in every case able to assign a case manager on day one because of the huge number of moving parts involved. What is the clear advice to parents who have a kid with a paraprofessional who have an issue on the first couple days of the school year? What specific steps should they follow to address them right now?
We just sent out some correspondence today on top of the correspondence that was sent out Thursday for points of contact. If an issue does pop up, it's also going to be placed, I believe it has been placed on the website, I'll double check that, in the morning, so people have direct contact if something does come up.
What is that general your chain of command?
Chain of command will be teacher first, teacher then principal principal goes to our teacher CST, caseworker, then principal, then our supervisors.
Okay, got it.
But that contact ladder will be on our website.
Great.
Can I just ask a follow-up? Is there like a time frame by which parents can expect a response? Like, is there like a 24 hours?
24 hours is what we, yeah. Yep, correct. Great question.
Board Member Steffen.
Is Kathy or Christine, are you going to be, physically in classrooms the first few days of school to kind of see with your own eyes how things are going?
Yeah, that's all of SLT are in buildings the first 2 weeks of school. So we'll be in a majority of classrooms. As protocol, Kathleen and her supervisors are always in the classrooms the first 2 weeks of school. We don't really give folks a choice. We have to get in those classrooms just to see how things are going. Yep.
Board Member Higgins.
I recognize that some of these questions are micromanaging, but they are very important to the families, and they've come every week to kind of share what they're going through. But I think it would be helpful to hear when will teachers meet their new paras, because my understanding is that the paras show up on Tuesday. Teachers are in the building on the 31st, so I guess I'm curious when that is going to happen so that the students can receive the services that they need.
Yeah, so with this transition, we offered, again, we can't mandate, we offered with compensation today, as well as the 31st, which is not normal protocol. Usually paras come in the first day of students' attendance. So we've given those 2 days that are compensated. Today we had folks show up for the black box, and then also August 31st, we're making that offer as well.
So I guess along those lines, because there are so many that are new and maybe just don't know that these 2 days were probably very impactful, you mentioned that SLT would be walking through the buildings. Is there like a frequency that will be happening? Like, is it once a week, or is it like once a month? Or I guess this is just a very big shift. So I think people are looking for comfort that there is going to be not just oversight, but that there's going to be witnessing of what's happening by more than just the classroom teacher.
It's every day.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and this district also has implemented, we ran a pilot last year, instructional rounds. So this year, we're implementing that full-blown. So aside from the general visits, districts are getting, schools will be getting 4 scheduled all-day walkthroughs, and then post-instructional round walkthroughs as well. Schools like Clinton that have a high rate of our special needs students, we are targeting those classrooms with Melissa, so we'll continue that work throughout the year.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to myself with an update from the Student and Family Affairs Committee. The Student and Family Affairs met on August 3rd. In attendance, myself, board members Bennett, Higgins, and Nair. And we spoke on a few different matters in this meeting. We discussed where the district was in the annual assignment procedure, and went over the procedures involved in assignment. The district mentioned they were at that point in early August on the 4th round out of typically around 17 or so that might happen in a given fall. We discussed the status of the district's ongoing review of the Intentional Integration Initiative and its model. Having discussed previously the concept of moving to a different model, for example, a 2-zone, there is an ongoing review of what the cost implications, positive or negative, would be in that regard, and we anticipate that eventually we will receive back information on that, which would lead to the consideration for the district of whether any given change made sense. It was noted that this will be the first school year when the entirety of our elementary school has been placed under the III. And that does, of course, include students who were placed by sibling priority based on IEP needs, but the SES algorithm was applied to everyone from K through 5 for the 26-27 school year. Moving to pre-K, we had a review of the preschool program in the district, discussed the desire that the district had to move on to to move to additional pre-K sites, which we were unable to do this year in light of funding. There is a focus this year on prioritizing giving enrollment spots to pre-K to students who are free and reduced lunch eligible as well as multilingual, and have innovated additional channels such as using a Google form to get around bottlenecks in use of, for example, the PowerSchool portal. The district is continuing to evaluate partner sites based on criteria such as geographic need, operational stability, and capacity, and discuss the ongoing importance of having public information sessions to make certain that community members, especially those who we are trying to recruit and target, know and understand the program. With regard to student wellness and safety, the district discussed a new system to track all code of conduct incidents using PowerSchool by teachers to better monitor disciplinary equity and ensure that we are adequately targeting not only the HIB incidents that we currently have terrific tracking and reporting on, but also these other code of conduct incidents that are just as impactful within our schools. And we also discussed athletics and activities, the middle school sports that are rolling out this year, and with the balance now where Mr. Sanchez is in charge of handling activities and leaving A.D. Winstead in charge of the athletics program. There was a subsequent discussion after the Student Family Affairs meeting of before and after care with some members from the each of the towns, as well as a couple participants from the YMCA, in discussing availability of before and after care in the district, how there's been an expansion in the number of seats over past years, and that the Y continues to look at additional space because it really is a footprint and square feet matter for how many students they can accommodate. They know that parents place a priority on having in school on-site care, which they also would like to expand, but they do have substantial capacity right now at St. Joe's as well, and they're looking at other sites. One big piece that was mentioned is, as far as having adequate space and large spaces to use, our libraries are a piece that they typically have not historically had access to, and we are looking right now at being able to expand and open that up so that we could use those spaces as well. Obviously, there is a balance with having those spaces ready for instruction during the school day, but being able to accommodate both those pieces did seem particularly appropriate. And the board, the committee will next meet, I don't know, I think it's going to be either September or October. To be determined. We're going to get back to everyone. Questions? No questions. All right. We will then move straight along. Board Member Higgins, do we have a personnel update?
Yes, we do. So to piggyback off of last month, the Personnel Committee did not meet in person this month. However, the suggested format from last month's BOE meeting was implemented to maintain its standing committee requirement to meet every month. So we will aim to continue this approach as long as it meets the needs of its committee charge. The Personnel Committee received a folder of reports for the committee to review, submit questions, and will be circulated to the full board. Here's some of the information that was included. A list of staff who will receive tenure this school year, exit survey data as part of the 25-26 school year district goals, a confirmation that all fall season head coach and assistant coach positions have been filled, winter and spring are near complete. As of Tuesday, August 25th, there were 6 vacancies and 10 leave replacements. However, as of the personnel resolutions tonight, the following vacancies have been filled. The Seth Boyden Library Media Specialist, a locksmith with maintenance, middle school math, an LDTC, and the middle school autism classroom teacher. Considering the first day of school is Tuesday, September 1st, of the vacancies remaining, principals will utilize seasoned substitutes and 6th period compensation where possible as we await the filling of these positions. Any questions?
Well, I will ask a question. it may be still early, but we've been talking about this transition and the possibility that instead of having a composed personnel committee and on the committee meetings, we use a different format. So this is, I think you've said, the second month that the committee has not met, but instead looked at documents and distributed to the board. What's your impulse so far as how that is going, and your thoughts, and I guess your committee members' thoughts of what the future of the committee should be right now?
Yeah, I spoke to the director of HR, Tunde Adedoyan, and we had a good conversation about how this could move forward for the school year. We're also talking about committee charges potentially for our board goals. So I think once that really comes to shape, we can maybe solidify where personnel should go or where it should exist. At this point, I think what was proposed last month seems to, at least this month, it seems to have worked, where in every committee that there is personnel, that a discussion of personnel takes place. Reports come once a month and then gets distributed to the committee, but I will still continue to monitor the personnel tracker. So if there's any personnel questions, they'd still go through me into the tracker, and then Mr. Adedoyan will then kind of figure out, are we getting a lot of personnel related to his role, or are all the questions kind of more about committees? So I think we need a couple months to sort of figure out what the best system is, especially with all the questions, but I think, you know, within 2 or 3 months, we should see the system sort of develop itself.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Board Member Kapadia, I believe you are just giving the Rutgers Implementation Committee report.
That's right. I will be standing in for Board Member Brown, so I'll do the readout right now. The Rutgers Implementation Committee met on August 12th. Those attending from the board were First Vice President Callahan, Board Members Kapadia, Sackett, Gable, and Brown. Those attending from the administration were Mr. Bing, Dr. Gilbert, and Dr. Wabel. Among the issues that were discussed in committee were the following. The first and foremost was the settlement with the Black Parents Workshop. The district met with Judge Wallace in the Black Parents Workshop on August 11th and discussed ending the settlement. Subsequently, the official letter ending the settlement has been signed. The work will continue to live with the district's affirmative action team, composed of Dr. Gilbert, Dr. Wabel, Dr. Carrera, all the principals, Ms. Hicks, a couple supervisors, and a couple classroom teachers provided by Samea. The work will also be embedded in the district's comprehensive equity plan and incorporated into the district's annual goals and 5-year strategic plan. Measures of the work will be based on data specific to measuring the achievement gap and class enrollment. The district will also prepare a public presentation in the coming months on where the district stands with the Rutgers recommendations and how the district is moving forward to keep them front and center. The other topic was around Dr. Fergus, and mention of that he had provided coaching to 3 school principals, and that's not right. Dr. Fergus had provided coaching to 3 school principals last year. It was very beneficial, so the district is going to have him continue to do that work in the school year, aiming for the 26-27 year to go do that. We talked about the transfer request and response process. There was discussion around the communication process with parents specific to transfer requests. This included the following. The district has an SOP on the transfer request and review process. It was suggested that the district post the SOP to the 3 website so parents can see it. Transfers for the III are not reviewed until July. It was suggested that the district post this to the III website where it discusses the transfer process to help set expectations and allow parents to plan ahead. Transfers were hard last year and even harder this year because of the limited classroom slots. As Dr. Gilbert had mentioned, it was suggested that the district post information letter and/or website to help set parents' expectations on the likelihood of a transfer or the unlikelihood given the classroom capacity, but also provide a communication option if there is an emergent crisis situation. The board members also continue to provide feedback on the website on how the III website can be improved to be more current and clear to new families. The district stated that they will work on updating the website and they will have a current section and historical information section. There's more detail in the committee discussion in the written notes, so go to the district website for a full recap of the meeting in the board's committee section. Now, if I could role play a little bit to be Ms. Brown, she did have a statement that she wanted to read out. She's not here right now, so imagine I'm Deirdre. It's method acting. I'm sorry that I am not able to be at the meeting to say this in person, but I want to acknowledge the hard work that has gone into meeting the BPW settlement milestone. That work includes James Davis and the Black Parents Workshop, who pushed our district to finally acknowledge and begin addressing our achievement gaps and providing equitable education to all of our students. It also includes the leadership of prior board presidents Caitlin Whitlander, who knew an extension on the work was crucial and put the wheels in motion for this effort to be front and center, and Nubia Duval Wilson, who created a dedicated board subcommittee to ensure consistent board oversight. Mr. Bing, who was immediately committed to this effort from the start of his tenure, and Dr. Gilbert and Dr. Wabel, who did the important groundwork to get actions toward the recommendations off the ground and running, and many others across the district, including our teachers and principals who work tirelessly for our students. It is unfortunate that a lawsuit was necessary to bring about this action, but there is no question that it has brought us to a better place as a district. I think we, the board and the district, also recognize that this is only the beginning. The district has worked hard to lay the foundation for implementing the Rutgers recommendations, but much more work remains to ensure that all of our students receive the education they deserve. That is particularly evident in our math achievement gaps, which begin in our elementary schools. As a board member, and I know my fellow board members will keep the Rutgers recommendations front and center. We will continue to monitor the district's work in our oversight role, and most importantly, continue to ask the questions and push for the action needed to ensure that progress continues. Thank you to everyone who has contributed to reaching this milestone. Now I'm going to switch to me, and I'm going to thank Deirdre, who is somewhere probably over the Atlantic right now. So thank you for chairing the Rutgers Committee. You've led this committee with conviction and purpose, and a major factor in getting the district to where we are and in a position to continue the important work. Well done.
Do you have anyone else you'd like to read?
I can take orders. Anybody want?
Any questions? Board Member Higgins.
I would also like to echo and thank Deirdre. I know I'm a new board member, but she's been very helpful in understanding the Black Parents Workshop litigation as well as all the Rutgers work. And it got me curious around the comprehensive equity plan. I took a look at the 2025-2028 plan, and I happened to notice that the difference between the 2019 one and 2025 was the affirmative action team. And I was curious if in 2025 it says TBD by a couple of the roles of that team, and I was wondering if those roles have been filled or if there is a plan to fill them. And specifically, there were a couple parents in 2019, students, and then representation of teachers of elementary, middle, and high. So I was curious if that team is expanding into a few more representatives.
That's state mandated affirmative action team. I haven't spoken to Dr. G about that yet, but I'll get the answer to that.
Great,
yeah.
Thank you.
Because that's really where the next steps of this plan is going to sit. It'll sit with the Affirmative Action Committee, and it'll sit in the CEP, the Comprehensive Equity Plan.
Awesome,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Okay. Board Member Sackett Cable, Curriculum and Instruction.
Okay, thank you. The CNI committee met on August 10th with board members, with myself, obviously, board members Stefan and Higgins subbing for board members who weren't able to attend. So thank you to both of you for jumping in. We discussed wrapping up last year's district goals as SLT was still waiting on NJTSS data from a few schools. At the time of the meeting, this year's goals were not yet available. This year's district goals were not yet available, but now that they are, we can look at least in draft form, we can look at incorporating the CNI-related goal along with relevant board goals into the September meeting as committee charges moving forward. Since school starts next week and CHS has revamped its schedule structure, I'd like to highlight that CHS leaders have worked really hard to push information out to families in a variety of ways, including information sessions, just trying to reach as many caregivers as possible. And summer counselors have made requested schedule changes on an ongoing basis all summer, and overall, they report that schedules appear to be in good shape. Kudos to a CHS science teacher who, in preparation for block scheduling, took it upon herself to develop and offer a professional learning session for colleagues on effectively using those longer class periods. And there's some CHS staff who are also connecting with Randolph High School staff to learn from their experience implementing block scheduling, so that will most likely be a useful partnership. In regards to what we're voting on tonight, there was no PD travel request for our approval. That was CNI related. We can expect to see new or updated curriculum for approval from September through November. Some of the upcoming curriculum additions will include state mandated updates for civics, climate, and handwriting. Lastly, we reviewed Policy 2411, Career Education and Academic Counseling, after receiving feedback from Dr. Antone, and that is up for first read this month. There's no new discussion on the CNI-related policies up for second read tonight. 2260 on equity in classroom practices, 5460 high school graduation, and 5461 high school diplomas. The next meeting will be on September 14th, and I look forward to updates on the first couple of weeks of school at that point. Any questions?
Okay. Board Member Steffen for report on the Policy and Governance Committee, as well as anything else that happened this month you want to talk about?
Oh, yeah, sure. The Policy and Governance Committee met on Wednesday, August 5th. In attendance were Ms. Jessamaria and board members Higgins and Meyer and myself. Up for first read tonight are a couple of the policies that board member Sackett Gable just mentioned, 2411, 5460, and then up for second read related to CNI 5461 and 2260. I wanted to flag one small change that's occurred to 5460, which is about graduation requirements that was going to come up for second read, but we had to add a little piece about the seal of biliteracy. It's a minor change, but that means we got to come back to first read on that. There's a few other policies up tonight for first read. Policy 2200 on curriculum that added local language drafted by board members Brown and Callahan that requires the program of studies to include a listing of all courses and a grading system used, including grading floors, and I want to thank them for their thought and collaboration on that. Along with that, we are voting to abolish Regulation 2200, so that matching regulation. However, that had some nice guidance on how to approach class materials that contain stereotypes or other objectionable content. So we're moving a portion of that regulation into the policy. And then finally, we have two other things. For first read, Policy 5561 on restraint and seclusion for students with disabilities, that was mentioned in public speaks and discussed a bit in the last meeting. And then finally, second read, we have several finance-related items. That is Policy 6112, 6115.02, 6311, and Regulation 6115.01. And I will share a personal update, which is on August 19th, we welcomed into the world our daughter, Marlo. I am very excited and a little bit sleep deprived.
Any questions? Okay.
Can we see pictures?
Yeah, I know. I was going to ask for a photo. We're going to let the photos not be on YouTube.
Send in an Oprah request.
Okay, great.
I don't know if
Go
this is
ahead.
the right time to ask, but I had a question or a suggestion on one of the policies. Is this the right time to do this? Okay. So policy,
Is this a policy on for a vote tonight or just another
right?
policy?
It is on for vote tonight, yeah. Yeah, the equity one. The 2260? I guess it's a question / comment. Page 3 of 4, the last section of that page talks about the Board of Education shall ensure that district's physical education is in a co-educational setting that's developmentally appropriate, blah, blah, blah. Number 1 and number 2. Number 1 talks about facilities, specifically restroom, locker room, shower facilities, and it says, whenever possible, gender-neutral facilities should also be made available. I thought that was a requirement for we should have gender-neutral facilities across all our buildings, and would like plan for that in our 2019 bond as one of the projects that we would do. I would like to propose that we require this because we shouldn't make it a whenever possible. Perhaps we put this as a requirement in the next bond that, or, list of priority projects that the district is proposing.
So just parsing this out, we're referring to both restroom facilities having an all-gender space, and also you're referring to actual like gym and changing locker room facilities. Yeah. Okay, I don't know the current status of that, but just to clarify the desire.
Yeah.
Certainly for us to look into to understand what the spaces are right now and what we could do for that.
Yeah.
Yep, great. So this is not, you are not making any motion to alter and move back to first read. This is going forward.
Yes.
Plan around.
To plan
future
around
language.
it, yes.
Yep. Got it. Any other comments, discussion? Board Member Higgins?
In that same policy, there, number 6 is actually.
Which page?
1 second. Page 2, number 6, what's written, I got curious about the actual code, and what's written there is not the complete sentence of the code. It's missing like 7 words. It's small, but I was hoping that, since I caught it, I think yesterday, that we could look at that and potentially make a motion to amend it for tonight so that it completes the whole sentence.
So this is a second read policy, so amending it would bring it back
Right.
to first read.
Right.
So there's, I'm looking at, I think what you're referring to here, number 6, this is under the umbrella of ensuring curriculum and instruction address elimination of discrimination, including by number 6, ensuring the Commission on Holocaust Education curriculum is included in the curriculum of all elementary and secondary schools as developmentally appropriate, pursuant to NJSC 18A 35-28, which I think is the language that Strauss Esme gave us. But you're saying there's something from the statute that we ought to have in here as well?
So, am I on? Yeah, correct. So, in the statute, it says every Board of Education shall include instruction on the Holocaust and genocides in an appropriate place in the curriculum of all elementary and secondary school pupils. In April 2023, it was worded a little differently, so I don't know if we want to take what was already in April 2023 versus just doing what the statute is, but I don't know if there's an opinion on that from anybody else.
My initial snap judgment view is that the policy we have, this language would say, ensuring that the Commission on Holocaust Education curriculum, which is referenced there in the statute, is carried out. So I think anything that is written in that statute is being enveloped within this requirement, and I believe is part of the statute, whether we have a policy or not, that be carried out. So I don't think we're losing anything in this, but I'm not sure if you disagree.
I do. I do because I just dug a little deeper. The phrase that's missing from April 2023 is "and other acts of genocide." And unfortunately, when I looked back at some policies, that has been removed from 3 or 4 policies historically. And now we'd only have 1 policy, which is 57, where is it? There would only be 1 policy that would have that phrase in there. And so I think it would be worthwhile to have exactly what's in the statute in our policy so that it's consistent.
So the options then, and we can bring this up when it's up for a vote, I guess, is either we can amend this and put it back to first read, or we can adopt this to adopt all the language that's been modified, and it can certainly be brought back to committee to look at adding that additional language in. I think what this is doing is it's referencing the entire statute, which definitely does include instruction on the Holocaust and genocides.
I'll open it up to the floor.
Maybe this is better had for the action portion. I do think it would be helpful to add that phrase "and other acts of genocide." Looking at the underlying statute, as well as I had taken a look at the legislative intent, it was pretty clear that the New Jersey legislature intended for students to be educated about genocide broadly, and including the Holocaust to be sure, but not just that. And I think it's important that students learn about, understand, and hopefully can be part of efforts to stop other genocides as they occur. Because unfortunately, genocide is part of still something that's happening in the modern day, and not just in Gaza, but in Xinjiang and Tigray and in other parts of the world. So I think it would be helpful to have. I think it's fine to vote on tonight. I mean, we can always take things back to committee, but I'm not sure there's much for us to look at in committee that we can't talk about tonight. So I think it would be helpful to add. Maybe that's something to bring up in the action portion, but that would be my view on it.
Great. Any other discussion on this? All right. Then that does conclude the discussion portion of our meeting, and we're going to move on to the action portion of our meeting, which will take in two parts. First of all, we're going to tackle our consent agenda. On our agenda this evening, we have resolutions from Resolution 5006 through 5013. Specifically, we have 5006 personnel, 5007 substitute and coaches, 5008 out-of-district placements, 5009 financials, 5010 transfer and removal of non-domiciled students, 5011 second read policies, 5012 first read policies, and 5013 a SUMEA sidebar agreement. Do I have a motion for us to take these up? Board Member Callahan. Do I have a second? Board Member Gable. Open for discussion. Board Member Steffen.
Could we sever 2260?
So we can sever it, or you can make a motion to just amend it. You don't sever it first?
No. We can move to amend it.
All right. I'm hearing discussion and I'm hearing motions. And whatever else you'd like to bring into the.
Do you second the motion?
You have to have a motion in the first place.
I would like to make a motion to amend 2260 to include the words, let me scroll to my notes. Where did it go? And other acts of genocide to number 6. Policy 20, I'll say it again. Policy 2260, my motion to amend to add, or have it fully say, ensuring the commission that instruction on the Holocaust education curriculum and other acts of genocide is included in the curriculum of all elementary and secondary schools as developmentally appropriate, pursuant to NJSA 18A3528.
Okay, so we have a motion. Is there a second? Board Member Steffen. All right. Discussion. First, will you just say one more time exactly what? So this is,
Sure.
Technically, we are looking at making an amendment to Resolution 5011A, which is Policy 2260, by changing a piece of language in that proposed policy. And what we're looking at right now is on page 2 of 4, bottom of the page, number 6. Tell me the modified language.
Ensuring the commission that instruction on the Holocaust education curriculum and other acts of genocide is included in the curriculum of all elementary and secondary schools as developmentally appropriate pursuant to NJSA 18A3528. So essentially adding after Holocaust education curriculum, the 5 words and other acts of genocide.
Okay, I'm going back to this. Are there?
Just a comment.
Yes.
If you're looking to quote the statute directly, it's not acts of genocide, it's Holocaust and genocides. And that is a distinction. I think that's important. Okay, so if you want to quote the statute, if that's what you're looking to do, the statute is very clear. It's on the Holocaust and genocides. It's not acts of genocide. Okay, so I don't know if that makes a difference.
No, that's important.
But if
I
that's
think
what
I'm pulling the language from April 2023. So if we click on the actual statute, I guess that's part of the discussion, is if we want to do the April 2023 language or the words that are actually in the statute. I don't have an opinion either way. I think what's important is to include acts of genocide or genocide, because we also have like a CHS program of studies course that is race, Holocaust, genocide. So
Right. So, and there is an issue here. This is an issue that, of course, it's gone through first read to second read. It was in committee before that. It's tough to edit on the fly to get this exactly right. And I do think we want to make sure if we're adhering to statute to be very close to the statute. Right now, we're using a name, right? The Commission on Holocaust Education Curriculum. And I believe that is a proper name that was used that is then referencing this statute, even though the statute does not have that specific phrase in it, because it's referencing the name of the commission that created it. So if we wanted to say ensuring the Commission on Holocaust Education Curriculum, comma, which includes, quote, instruction on the Holocaust and genocides, close quote, that seems like it would adhere to the statute and not make things messier. Would that be a change? So that would be leaving, never say, ensuring the Commission on Holocaust Education Curriculum, inserting, comma, which, quote, shall include instruction on the Holocaust and genocides, close quote. Does that work as far as including that piece?
yes.
Okay. Is there any further discussion about that change?
I support it. I guess just on a granular level, you're attempting to, like, because it's through the Commission on Holocaust Education, your framing is to make that separated from the inclusion of the additional language.
I think we're keeping the name of the curriculum.
But
which
you
is
want to create
and
some
then-
separations.
And then
so that-
describing what the statute says it does.
Okay.
So including which shall include instruction on the Holocaust and genocides within that paragraph. That would be the proposed change. Do I move to modify this motion? Can we have that be?
Yeah.
It's a layer of parliamentary procedure that I haven't gotten to yet. Okay. So I'm going to seek a vote on having that specific language. So this is to address the motion to modify policy 2260. Is there any further discussion before we call the question?
I was just going to ask, can you just read it one more time, the
I'm gonna read it
modified
in the
language
record.
that we're going to be voting on?
You have a question before that?
No, I just want to I just also wanted to make sure that we incorporated the legal guidance around how we frame it and get that correct. It shouldn't be acts, it should be.
Right.
Right, yeah.
Yep. Okay, so I'm going to read it, and you tell me if we're thumbs up or thumbs down here. So, 2260, second page, paragraph numbered 6, ensuring the Commission on Holocaust Education Curriculum. Then we're going to insert, comma, which, open quote, shall include instruction on the Holocaust and genocides, comma, close quote. And then it goes on from there. Is included in the curriculum of all elementary and secondary schools as developmentally appropriate pursuant to NJSE 18A:35-28. That is, I got a thumbs up, great. We're going to put that insertion to a vote, and it's going to be a hand vote unless it's tight. Would you please call the vote? It's going to be a hand vote. A show of hands, please. It's unanimous. Great. So motion is approved. With that, we are back to the consent agenda writ large. Is there any other discussion? Board Member Higgins has her hand over her mouth. She has a lot of questions. Well, I'm just going to get in my piece first then, because then we're going to get to hers. I just want to highlight there are a lot of very detailed and very serious things in here, but there's at least one very exciting and I guess lighthearted, we'll call it. First of all, the resolution 5009M is a donation of artwork valued at $159,000. Former district residents and gallery owners Carol and Stephen Schultz have generously made this donation. The artwork will be exhibited in the Columbia High School Library and Commons. So thank you very much for that very generous gift, assuming it passes. I think it's going to pass. I will also mention Resolution 5009D has a list of board member expenses for attending the annual New Jersey School Board Association Workshop Convention in October. This is a really valuable professional development conference, and I'm hoping as many board members as possible can make it. Not every board member on this resolution, I believe, will in fact be able to make it, and we were not able to, in time, get a couple of members off of here. So this is, if every member was going, which I believe they will not be, and there may be some members who choose to reimburse some amounts back to the district, but this is a great opportunity for the further strengthening and development of our board and probably getting the next level of certification as well. Board Member Higgins. Do you have nothing? Oh, that was,
She's yawning. She's tired.
all right. All right. Meeting is getting very silly. So we have nothing else. I'm therefore going to call, ask our BA to call the question.
Board Member Callahan?
Yes.
Board Member Higgins?
Yes.
Board Member Kapadia?
Yes.
Board President Meyer?
Yes.
Board Member Nayar?
Yes.
Board Member Sackett Gable?
Yes.
Board Member Stefan?
Yes.
Unanimous. And I believe we now have 3 hand carry motions, is that right?
Yes.
All right, we're going to distribute those around in paper. Everyone can take a second to review through here. There is one where the child's state ID number was not immediately accessible. There is a stand-in there, and that will be corrected tomorrow. Okay, so the board is at this time taking up resolutions 5014, which is a resolution overturning student removal for non-residency. 50, as I 4, I said 5014, then 5015, another resolution overturning student removal for non-residency, and 5016, a resolution rejecting an appeal of hazardous route determination. Do I have a motion to take this up? Board Member Sackett Gable. Do I have a second? Board Member Nayar. These were all determined as a result of discussions in executive session, and they can't really be discussed except in the most procedural sense. Are there any issues and questions? Okay. I'll ask, we move this, can we please call the roll?
Board Member Sackett Gable?
Yes.
Board Member Nayar?
Yes.
Board Member Callahan?
Yes.
Board Member Higgins?
Yes.
Board Member Kapadia?
Yes.
Board President Meyer?
Yes.
Board Member Stefan?
Yes.
Okay. By unanimous vote. All right. That will conclude the action portion of our meeting. We'll now move to the second hearings of individuals and delegations. And I'm just looking, I think everyone here remembers the spiel from the first time. I believe there are no in-person and there is no online sign-up. So that will conclude our second hearings of individuals and delegations. Move on. Do we have any new business to bring up this evening? No. Hearing none, all right. I will then announce our future meetings. The board will next meet in public session on, I had this written down, on September 24th at 6:30 p.m., where action will be taken. I will now accept a motion to adjourn. Board Member Sackett Gable, do I have a second? Board Member Callahan, all those in favor, show of hands. All right, unanimous. The board is adjourned at 10:56 p.m. Have a good night.